Morning, folks. What's going on, Ken? Yeah, social media is a real blight when it comes to the old doom scroll. I just don't have. I'm still using Twitter for work, but I just don't have the mobile app on my phone, so I can't reflexively scroll it. All right, I've got 3 viewer deck submissions queued up. I think we'll take 5 or maybe 6 today. Sorry, 4 viewer deck submissions queued up. Can you build a deck with Drapion? Thanks for the tip, comic. I actually don't know what a Drapion is. Which one is that? Oh. Yeah, I think this card's relatively serviceable. We queued into someone doing this, and it felt kind of scary. Yeah, we can do Drapion Builder. Oh, I clicked the wrong scene. Hey, Corvain, thank you for the 76 months and the absurdly generous tier 3. Honestly, life's really good. My personal sphere is going relatively well. Various other members of my family have had a little bit of a cough/sickness recently. Hopefully, I can continue to dodge that, but we know how that goes. Anybody who lives with small children, but I'm doing okay so far, and I notably didn't catch it before the tournament last weekend, so hard to complain too much. Thank you for the almost 2.5 years, Poro King. Good morning. Let's put the poll up to like the YouTube live stream. Yeah, I actually checked out some Snap stuff with their new season rolling over, and I feel like they would have to restructure their card acquisition to entice me back in. After experiencing Pokemon Pocket and traditional set releases again, seeing a new Marvel Snap card release and then watching people play a bunch of mirror matches or counter matchups or like playing ongoing decks or like playing against just like enchantresses and rogues, it's just like, that does not, it just doesn't sound fun. You need more variety than that in my life. All right, our first viewer deck submission is a fun one. You have any thoughts on the Bastion on Skarmory deck? I would be skeptical that it keeps only the 2 basics long term. I would want to try like Farfetch'd or Kangaskhan we had been testing a little bit of and felt alright, but I think the core of the deck idea is really solid. I think playing Skarmory without Dialga is correct. Berserker, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. All right, so our first viewer submission is a fun one. Okay, we've got, I think that closes us up on submissions for the day. We got 2 more in, one from AK Man. Play a deck that has 1 Pokemon from each expansion. That's a fun one. And then Greninja, Weavile with a Mew as the extra one. Okay. Yeah, I can give that a go. I do enjoy Weavile. We were just talking about I wanted to work on Weavile without Darkrai. Ooh. 1 Pokemon from each expansion. Greninja Weavile. Sounds fun. All right, so our first one, we are going to we're gonna open a pack and then we're gonna build a deck based around whatever the highest rarity card is in the pack that we open. I think we're gonna open Palkia packs. I'm hunting. I want a second immersive Palkia so I can have matching ones. Someone asked, did you see the Hitmonlee Magnezone deck that's going around? I would just like to toot my own horn very visibly on stream here for a minute. Because just as a fun fact to let people know how good of a deck builder I am. This is a deck list we built on stream together before the cards released. Like when we had the full spoiler, we did that deck building day last Wednesday a week ago. And we built this. So basically something very, very close to this has been putting up a lot of tournament results. Some of the details differ, but Magnezone in the fighting box package is almost assuredly a competitive deck in some iteration. I knew this card was going to be very playable, but I didn't think it was going to be best card in the set material, but I think Magnezone is definitely the best card in the set. It's very good. All right, Palkia pack, what do you got for me? Whom are we building today? Oh no. Oh no, please be something that's not a Groodle behind this. Floatzel. Alright, Dine, do you want me to build with Floatzel, or do you want me to roll another pack for a 3-diamond? You could choose. I could roll a pack for a 3-diamond, or we can build some with the Otter. Otter's not super exciting. I wouldn't mind. I feel like when we do these, we should have a 3-diamond minimum, maybe. Although the Arbok one we did that one time was good. You know, I know I said we'd go for a 3-diamond, but I kind of wouldn't mind building with Macargo. We talked about this card a little bit during the previews. Yeah, there was an Empoleon in there too, and maybe that card's fine. But I think Macargo seems really close. So burn, for people that haven't kept up, they take a guaranteed 20 extra damage, and then they flip a coin, and if heads, it heals. So this is a guaranteed 50, and then it's a coin flip to do another 20 on the pass back. So it's kind of 60 for 2 if you squint a little bit. But more importantly, I know the retreat cost here is obviously not great, but 120 HP on a stage 1 is a lot, right? Yeah, they keep getting burned until they flip heads, yeah. So the expected value on this is like you're gonna get your guaranteed 50, and then you're a coin flip to get 70. And I guess it technically goes up from there, but on average like 60-ish over a couple of turns. Yeah, and it has let's build with Macargo. We could play a second color with this too, potentially, because Searing Flame is only 1. Yeah, Rocky Helmet's not a bad shout on a durable stage 1. I don't think it's good with Infernape. Infernape wants other low retreat cost things typically. So it's 3 retreat costs is not good with Infernape. It could just frontline for Magnezone. That's not a terrible idea, honestly. Greninja or Druddigon could be okay, yeah. Salazzle's interesting. Another aggressively slanted one. Does Burn and Poison stack? Burn and Poison stacks, right? It does. Okay. So I think that's it. Yeah, Salandit. There we go. And Salazzle. What if we start there? Because Salazzle is a Pokemon that's good when going first, and Macargo is pretty good when going second, right? Those stage ones that have a 2 energy attack, like going second. Slugma and Macargo. Dude, where's Macargo? Flareon. Flareon's another interesting one to potentially pair. What do Flareon breakpoints look like though? Flareon breakpoints aren't super exciting in this metagame, right? What do you mean by breakpoint? So, breakpoint refers to how your attacks line up into opposing HP. So, 110 basically doesn't clear anything in one. I hate this. What's my last Pokemon line? We need probably something that's just a basic. So I don't think we need a backlight attacker here. I think these smaller attackers, this is just a 2 Cyrus deck. Is the easy answer. Always duck. Always duck is a real answer. This is definitely a leaf deck with the Macargo. I'll be able to pivot Slugma around as well. Farfetch is probably the highest probability to be. Just playing cards that are good tends to be a good idea. We could play like a copy of Mew as well if we wanted. Yeah, I don't hate the idea of like splitting Mew and Farfetch'd 1-1. We go our Pokeballs and our research. I kind of like the idea of playing. I really like one Pokemon communication in these stage 1 decks. Especially with Mew, so you could like throw Mew back when it's not good. I hate playing good cards, but I like playing good cards. I wouldn't have foiled out my Legacy Death and Taxes deck. Good luck, Godspeed. You could tag cards as favorites, really. How does that work? Oh, here in the corner? I should definitely do that. I have 2 Leaf, I have 2 Cyrus, Pokeball, Research, probably just one more utility card. Giovanni to clutch some random breakpoints, probably fine. Oh, you could just search for favorites. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, I should, yeah, that's a good call, actually. But do I already have some of these favorited? I do already have some of these cards favorited. That's funny. Oh, Rocky Helm instead of Geo actually sounds okay. It's kind of like a Super Geo. What all do I have favorited? Look at that. All right. I'll go through and do that on another day and favorite a bunch, because you're right, that would make deck building slightly less tedious. All right, I need to get flares for my slugs really quick, because we're not a peasant, okay? Yeah, I gotta pull a Psychic Energy out of the deck editor, too. Oh, this is one of my favorites. I love the colorful circles. I'm gonna take 2 of those. Macargo. Want a Fire Cloud or just the Fighting Things? I have enough dust. We can go for the top one, yeah. Yeah, they added a lot of sweet flares this set for sure. Got plenty of this dork. Can you trade a card if you only have 2 copies of it? Yeah. Let's add our flares, take our Psychic Energy, and we'll dive on into our first game this morning, huh? Oh, I gotta flare these dorks too. My kingdom for default flares, gamers. Or full art professors, one of the two. Have you tried out Mars? Mars is trash for a lot of the same reasons red card is trash. There's just so many good utility cards you can play in Pokemon Pocket now. Playing a card like Mars that's frequently going to do nothing is not good. That's a disappointing lead. Especially against someone starting Dark Energy. All right, Sandalette is nice here. I think I go ahead and Leaf on one because I don't have another supporter to play. And with Salazzle guaranteed in hand, we'll be able to heal the poison away when we evolve. Hey, thanks for checking out our mobile game sponsor, Dice Streams this month, Mobile Flinging Tomatoes. Enjoy your free gift sub. For Sean, thanks for the baker's dozen. Welcome back. Darkrai. Darkrai Muck's a combination I haven't seen. So this will clean them out in 2. Go 30 poison and then 30 again. I suppose, what do their breakpoints look like though? They attach an energy here. I go to 40. I take 20 with poison down to 20. I guess they're gonna get to clear me. Do you have double potion or potion cape? Because single potion doesn't do it. I think they forgot about the poison breakpoints. They still die on my next attack. I'm gonna vibe on the Macargo so they don't know it's coming. They're gonna clear us with this trigger. But holding the Macargo not only lets them not know it's coming, but if they put up this and evolve it to Weezing, this can clear this, and then Weezing can poison my follow-up. So if I wait to evolve, I can clear Weezing's poison for my follow-up and save some damage. Hey Jeff, with the introduction of Pokemon communication, do you think decks with 3 to 4 basic Pokemon will be more consistent than before? I think they're still bad. I think you're still going to see most decks optimized to play more basic Pokemon. It feels like this weird cycle. We've had this funny cycle 2 seasons in a row now, where like people go back to playing decks not playing enough basic Pokemon after the expansion releases. What's the ideal basic count? Good decks every season in Pokemon Pocket optimized to be playing 5, 6, or 7 basic Pokemon, typically speaking. If anything, Pokemon Communication's a card that encourages you to play more Pokemon so you can have appropriate things to put back into your deck. People playing overly greedy decks that are new expansion drops consistent across every card game. Mood. Too true, too true. So they get burned, which means they take 20, and then they flip a coin. If they hit heads, they heal the burn. The heads is really unfortunate there. If they hit tails, this would threaten to get cleared on our next attack. No, they don't have to Koga. They can go down to... Oh, they're Koga anyways. Oh, Koga anyways means I'm dead, yep. This is 10 from the poison, then 100 here. I just don't have a good follow-up. GG opponent. Is the game audio too loud? I think my level's on the game. I changed some of my settings, but I think I have it so the microphone is appropriate. A couple of days ago when I first did it, the audio was a little screwy. But yeah, I updated a piece of audio software I use, and it screwed with a bunch of settings. Do you think the game audio is still too loud? I can pull it down some more. I did not roll the audio software back. It's really hard to get old versions of things. And then you lose security updates and stuff, so. Yeah, you're guaranteed to get 20 damage from burn. They take the 20 and then they flip the coin to see if it heals. We're going first, so we have Sandalid into Salazzle. I really don't tend to have very strong opinions on optimal versions of different decks. I play a lot of different decks on this stream, and the amount of experience you have to be like, I'm confident this version of Infernape is better than the other one is way more than I'm going to play with any of them. Is there any data on going first versus going second win rates? Nope. Have you played any Yanmega deck slat? Yeah, you can check out Yanmega Dialga on my YouTube channel from the other night. A lot of great stuff up there. We have not played any games with Hitmonlee Magnezone, no. Dusknoir and Gengar are both likely very bad cards. And I don't expect pairing two bad stage 2s together is likely to be good. I'm gonna leave this one unevolved just in case I want to crack with it. I guess I could play the Farfetch'd out. I might want this last bench slot to be a Mew, though. So it's close. Yeah, against Palkia, my last bench slot being Mew sounds ideal. Yeah, there's a big difference between I don't like playing mirror matches with meta decks and I am going to spend time working on things that are, like, actively bad, right? Like, I know I talk frequently about how a lot of the decks we're going to play are going to end up being bad, but, like, there's at least something novel or potentially good about them. Whereas, like, Dusknoir is just, like, a stage 2 that's inconsistent. That's a pretty minimal payoff. Alright, gamers, speaking of things that are bad, we have some adverts, which are bad for you, but they make some money for me. So we're going to roll them. I'll be back in 120 seconds. We're going to play some more with this. I've got a whole queue of viewer decks queued up this morning. If you're just coming in, our viewer decks fill up very quickly in the morning. I also offer those slots to subscribers, Twitch subscribers, and YouTube members on the Discord the day before. So if you want to claim one of those, you're sad they fill up in the morning. We'll be doing those every day this week. We'll be back with some more games with this and then some other stuff in just a minute. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Over 500 people in there already and only 168 like button pressers. We can pump those rookie numbers up. And favorite some of these things while we're sitting here, huh? Oh, I guess that hides the deck list while I do it. And your opponent be both burned and poisoned. Sure can. Speaking of ads, is that hoodie into the AM? It is, yeah. Yeah, so they don't have a huge range of graphic print hoodies, but they do a couple every year. I usually try and get their nature print ones. Is Garchomp viable, as I'm starting to see more of it? I can't remember the last time I played against Garchomp, but no, it's probably not viable. Flaring in, thank you for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. Garchomp's just like a bad card that I think is novel, so we're going to play a tournament with it later today because I need to get it out of my system, so if we owe to a tournament with Garchomp today, I can tell myself I tried and move on to other things. If you missed it, I posted a Garchomp Greninja highlight over the weekend. That's going to be what we're going to play this afternoon. What are your thoughts on Gallade? I think Gallade is one of the cards I underrated the most during preview season. I think the card is really super reasonable, and you should expect me to play more of it sometime soon. How's Luxray? I was super impressed with Luxray in our games yesterday. That'll be tomorrow morning's highlight, and that'll definitely be something I take into a tournament at some point. Do you think Dialga will ever be at the top of the meta? Not with the current card pool, I don't think. I think Dialga is definitely the weaker of the two face cards from our current packs. Do you think Pokeball and research being mandatory is bad for the game? Not at all. I think the game was explicitly designed with the idea that Pokeball and research were going to be mandatory. Very, very explicit design choices. Any thoughts on an optimal way to play a Dialga deck? Well, last night's video was titled The Best Dialga Deck, so I'd probably start there if I were you looking for Dialga advice. Man, I let chat talk me into Rocky Helmet over one copy of Giovanni, and then we immediately queue into a 50 HP basic. Gotta go with my gut, gamers. Gotta go with my gut more frequently. What's the best pair for Gallade? I really like Hitmonlee and Mars Shadow. But some folks have also been experimenting with Lucario stuff. A few different ways to build it. Good golly. Alright. I have 2 Salazzle, so I guess we'll communicate one of those digging for a basic here. Hey, my advanced GG order came in. It's been delicious. I tried the cherry apple hydration. Is very good. Yeah, that was one of the 3 I've had. I agree that it was a good mix. I think we're just gonna get quacking. I think we're just gonna get quacking. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Jake. Good to have you along for the Pokemon Pocket Arc of Oglandia. No evolution, no water energy. Do you think my opponent's deck is trying to tell me I shouldn't play Garchomp today? Oh, you know, I should have, well, I guess they can't attack me this turn, right? Because if they attack me with this, they die on the backswing. No, wait, that's not true. I needed to put the Rocky helmet on so they couldn't attack me. I messed up. We should have put the hat on it. No, you can only trade cards from older sets. Ogbugs, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. So, this Tails doesn't really matter because they're going to retreat this. I assume they have Cynthia to clear out Macargo. But double Cyrus hopefully means we're just going to steal it by dragging this back up to the front. We did get a small pile of trade dust this morning. 1,000 trade dust in your inbox. And then Cyrus here. Good to go. Please step to the front of the class, little Gibble. Suspiciously, 1,000 trade dusts a day plus 500 when they implemented the feature is exactly the 1,500 Jeff said they should give out. It is. There is someone listening to me. I don't usually catch live streams, but I've watched your videos a lot, and your content is great, and the narration of your plays when you're battling is excellent for learning, so I wanted to hop in and say thanks. Thank you, Steve. Oh my gosh, Steve! I was trying to thumbs up. Oh no! Steve, I was trying to thumbs up your thing and the moderator menu appeared and it deleted it. Oh no! Thank you for your kind message on the super chat. I apologize that everything about the chat. No, I didn't ban them. I just deleted their donation message by mistake. Everything on YouTube chat is just a disaster. There's so many. The interface is real scuffed. Thank you, Steve. Oh no. No, they weren't banned. They were the message. There was the message deleted thing came up right next to the thumbs up. I did read it. Thank you. Oh, Steve's message shall live on in my heart. The tournament starts in about 2 hours that we're going to be playing. And we're going to be playing Garchomp in the tournament today, not because I think he's good, but because I need to get it out of my system. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, gamers, so if I don't try Garchomp at least once in a tournament, I know I'm going to live to regret it. Oh, you know, with the Salazzle draw, I probably should have researched before Pokeball to increase my odds of drawing the basic I wanted. Duck's fine, I guess, too, though. Because I could leaf into this, then quack them for 40, and then Magnezone or Magneton only has 80 HP, so they'll need a hat or a potion to save it. I'm gonna put the other Slugma out to play around a copy of Sabrina, because if they Sabrina up my Farfetch, it could put my plan sideways. Are tournaments only for people playing on PC? No, I've played tournaments from my phone. Pocket's a mobile-only game, gamers. You're just gonna need a device or a way to, like, flip between your matchup on your dashboard and not. There's Macargo. I think with the Macargo draw, I actually just put energy here and pass. I don't want to put energy on the active one. because Magnezone deals 110. So I really want to put up a Macargo with 120, so that way they can't clear it in one. With them putting the cape on here, I can't duck them twice if they have the stage 1, so we just chill. Yes, that actually is one of the benefits of having a foldable mobile device. Is when I play the tournaments on my phone, I put the game down one side and I put the dashboard down the other. Super duper convenient. It's actually the OnePlus Open. I owned a Samsung Z Fold 4, and the Samsung Z Fold 4 is both the most expensive piece of hardware I've ever purchased, and it's the shortest lived cell phone I've ever bought. 0 out of 10 would not recommend spending your money on Samsung hardware. Cost me. I'll take up the Slugma rather than Duck, I think. Cost me $2 grand and it died in less than 2 years. As someone who's like always enjoyed using Android stuff, I always thought it was weird the bad reputation Android stuff had. But the Samsung Z Fold was the first time I've ever owned a Samsung hardware, and after owning a piece of Samsung hardware, I suddenly understand why Androids have a bad reputation. Because, like, past it dying before making it to 2 years, the device literally installed stuff like Raid Shadow Legends automatically when it ran system updates. So past the hardware being absolute poop soup, the software experience was not great, to say the least. So I was excited when OnePlus. I was excited when OnePlus came out with a foldable, because my house has a OnePlus 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11 in it. And the only reason we don't have a 10 is because that one took a tumble off a second-story balcony. So I was happy to jump back into that ecosystem. Put a hat on it, go dig for the baby Salazzle. That could be a cell phone provider thing. They love putting bloatware on your phone. You're kidding yourself if you think Samsung doesn't have enough clout to muscle the carriers into what they are and aren't allowed to do with their stuff. Only losing 1 out of 6 phones to kids is pretty garbage. Not only that, but the OnePlus, the 6, the 8, and the 9, all of my children have them and have been using them for like a year plus. So in addition to lasting forever, they're lasting forever in the hands of my children. Yeah, my kids aren't very old. They're 4, 9, and 10. So they're not exactly gentle with the things. Whew, dividends on our Mew just got much worse with Pikachu showing up on the bench. Although I guess their bench is mostly gone. So if they flip tails here, these two things trade when they attack because of the Rocky Helmet. Do you believe in phone cases? I mean, are you asking me, do I think, like, the phone case is the Easter Bunny? Or, like, the Tooth Fairy? Do you believe in phone cases? What a strange way to phrase that question. Yeah, putting at least a little piece of plastic around your phone to help absorb shock impacts when your phone tumbles to the ground is a worthwhile spend. We're waiting. That wasn't an answer, Jeff. Do you believe? Yeah, I know. Gave the politician answer there. Oh, Dawn means they get to cook my Macargo. Yikes. I love to see your Garchomp list. I made one with Greninja this bit fun. We're actually going to play Garchomp Greninja today. There was a highlight with it Saturday on my YouTube channel if you want to catch it before the tournament rounds start. So this does... We're actually a little bit short here, right? Oh wait, the Salandit lets us clear this if no, we were good with this even, right? Or the duck? 40 was if they go to 50 on the poison and then they clear on the poison in the back. Oh, wait, they have the thing for the knockout. I forgot they had 2 points. Sedge. All right, we're going to play one more. And I know this is going to come as a shock to some of you at home, but I think there's a chance my Macargo deck is not very good. Say it ain't, so he's right there. Earmuffs, Macargo, earmuffs. The audacity to speak ill of format staple Macargo. Alright, we've got our choice of basics here. Hopefully we can fish up a stage 1. Listen, chat, do you think I would do that? Do you think I would flare a card that's bad? Clearly, these duplicate copies and this dust is a really valuable resource. I wouldn't just spend it on a card that's bad. Ooh, our lack of stage 1s is sad. That's fine. We'll draw the Macargo next turn. We don't need that. Not me flaring my Vita Boss last night. Yep, mood. I don't think it's Macargo though. Salandit doesn't seem to complement it. So I'm gonna just to help you be a more constructive chatter, Zach. What you've done there is kind of hostilely framed. So you've basically just asserted I've built my deck wrong, but you've also offered nothing constructive to help me understand how you think I should build the deck better. So rather than just saying, Jeff, I think this deck is built wrong, say, Jeff, this is a way you could build the deck better. Or you could explain, Jeff, Salazzle doesn't fit with Magcargo because, and then articulate your position. So you're always welcome to offer like constructive and reasonable criticism of things that we're playing, but just like being it's bad isn't that. So to show you what I mean, I think Salazzle complements Magcargo in deck building because Magcargo is a card that's good when going second because it's a stage 1 that attacks for 2 energy, while Salazzle is good while going first because it's a stage 1 that attacks for 1 energy. Now, I don't think this deck is very powerful because I think both Salazzle and Magcargo are kind of underpowered cards. So the deck's probably not very good, but from a deck building theory perspective, these cards do explicitly complement each other with how their attacks and evolutions line up. Always leading on Mew isn't doing us any favors. That's for sure. If anything, maybe we should cut the Mew and play all 1 knockout point Pokemon. This card's position in the metagame is kinda It's not great into Darkrai. It's okay into Magnezone. Retreat of 3 is so rough. Well, my Magcargo's not a coward like some of your Pokemon that need to retreat. Never retreat, never surrender. I mean, like, all right, hold on. I'm gonna take a mulligan here because our bonus make it take forever. Unironically, retreating is worse in a post-Cyrus world. Is like something to think about. Magcargo stands where many would not, exactly. Looks fear right in the eyes. Does Blaine add 30 to the new Magmar? It does. Blaine only adds damage if you do damage to start. So the new Magmar doesn't do damage. And Blaine does not add damage to what's it called? Magmortar, unfortunately. If Blaine could add damage to Magmortar, that card would be gas. Magmortar plus Blaine would clear 150s, and it would be insane. Cyrus feels a bit Eliathy, so I don't agree with that assessment at all. For people who haven't been injured by Marvel Snap, Eliath's a very toxic Marvel Snap card. So I think a lot of people are frustrated by the addition/existence of Cyrus to the game because Cyrus punishes a specific type of deck building that wasn't previously punished in Pokemon Pocket. And something that I think is noteworthy that Cyrus does that's very important for the game is like the deck highlight I posted this morning. It's an Arbok Murkrow deck. That style of deck was not playable without Cyrus. Decks that wanted to play smaller attackers, people could just retreat out of them. So Cyrus feels bad in some spots because it punishes you in a way you previously weren't getting punished in the format, but it opens up a whole new range of playable decks. It also explicitly makes just EX Pokemon a bit worse. Yeah. The big dynamic Cyrus has changed that was previously reasonable is leading on an EX Pokemon and pivoting into a non-EX is much worse in a post-Cyrus world. I think our opponent's in trouble here, yeah? Salazzle cooks the Amber. And then Macargo's charged up, ready to bake this. So this doesn't go down in one to Shieldon. So, Cyrus has big swings of the game, so it can feel hard to play around. So, and this is something I think enough people don't consider. Cyrus is not a card that you often play around during gameplay. Cyrus is a card that you need to play around during deck building. And I think that's a dynamic that a lot of people don't understand or think about when it comes to card games. There's a difference between, and sometimes there's some choices you can make during gameplay to play around a Cyrus. But a lot of the time, when a Cyrus is putting you in a trash can that you can't come back from, it's because of choices you made while building your deck. All right, I think we're favored into Bastiodon here, but definitely a series of guarded grill hits could let them live forever. Oh, I suppose Sabrina murders us as well. Okay, cool. That lets us play around Sabrina, which is nice. Yes, even if we do 0 damage, they still get burned, so we deal at least 20. So this is their flip to not take damage from the attack itself, but they're still going to get burned. Cool, and they take 50 from the attack, and then they take 20 from the burn. And now they flip to see if they heal from the burn. Would it be okay to ask for an example of how you deck build around Cyrus? Yeah, a good example of how you build your deck to play around Cyrus is not leading on an EX Pokemon and then pivoting into a non-EX Pokemon. So, like, for example, playing something like Skarmory in a Dialga deck is bad, because then they just have to clear your Skarmory plus your Dialga. Can I ever position myself in a way where I don't need to flip a coin to win this? So I could leaf out Macargo. So what I could do here is I could leaf out Macargo. This does lose to Cyrus, speaking of, so this is a gameplay decision I'm making. I'm going to choose to not play around Cyrus, but also try and give myself the chance to not lose the game to a flip. I guess this loses to Sabrina too. Maybe this is wrong because it loses to Cyrus and Sabrina. So this line here means that if they don't have Cyrus and Sabrina and I top deck Macargo, I won't need to beat the Guarded Grill flip to win the game. But it's possible that taking this line is wrong because it loses to supporters they could have. And if I don't top deck the other Macargo next turn, I will just pivot back to this one and try and win the flip with this. Okay, and now we're dead to their attack, so now I have to try and win the flip. So I took a line to have it out here to not need to win the flip, but now we just need the flip. Got him. Cool. So obviously we had to have the coin break our way because we missed on our other thing. But we also took a turn to maybe not need that coin. And again, that's one of those spots where I'm not sure if that's the right play, because while we take a line to let us play around a coin flip, we did lose to Sabrina and Cyrus, right? So that's one of those instances where it's not clear cut that we made the right choice just because we won. think there's a real possibility that maybe after thinking through it more, we're supposed to just, like, force the coin flip to start. All right, we're going to take a brief pause for the cause before we move on to our next viewer deck submission. We've got an interesting build for our next one. We could pull it up on screen here before we take the ad break. It is a Moltres Arcanine Infernape configuration. So it's playing Moltres Arcanine as its primary source of attacking, and then we've got one Chimchar, one Monferno, and two Infernape, which I think this is an interesting way to build this because with just Moltres and Arcanine, you don't have enough Pokemon slots to play Pokemon Communication. So the Infernape slots kind of do double duty. They allow you to have an extra attack, but they also give you enough Pokemon slots to let Communication fish up Moltres and Arcanine. I think is a neat perspective. So let's go ahead and roll some adverts. We'll be back with this in a couple minutes. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. It doesn't cost you anything. Helps promote the content a little bit. We've got 300 like button pressers already this morning. Appreciate you. Why Cyrus over Sabrina in this deck? Because Moltres is 70 and Arcanine's 120 are attacks you can run from a lot in this format. I think there's some good deck building theory here. The only thing I'm not certain of is I'm not sure if I love cards that attack for 120 feel like they're a little bit worse off in this metagame than the previous one. So I'm not sure how Arcanine's gonna feel, but I haven't played with it at all, so I'm curious to see how that goes in these games. Yep, we're going to be playing viewer deck submissions all day today. Some of them will be ones that I'm building around. This one was a specific deck list sent in. If you're someone who's sad you missed the window to get a viewer deck submission in, we usually fill up in the first 15 to 20 minutes of the stream for the day because I only take like 6 or so things because I want to make sure we get enough time to play with all of them. If you want to claim a deck slot the night before, YouTube members and Twitch subscribers get an opportunity to do that in the Discord server. So we're going to be doing viewer decks every day this week, alongside some tournament gameplay. Hey, Rugged, if you signed up using my link, you're A-OK, and the support comes through. If you want to claim a free sub from it after your current sub expires, slide into my DMs on Discord or Twitch with a screenshot of your level. Appreciate you checking out the sponsor. Looking for a Moltres. This is 50% to be that. Perfect. They have burst energy advantage, so we'll chill for now. You know, it honestly might be right to play this other Growlithe out and then power up this one, because once this gets damage marked on it, it's Cyrus bait. Yeah, that is true. I have like Dian Mega as a 120 damage dealer, so Arcanine might still feel okay. Darkrai Yanmega, interesting. Speak of the devil. Hey, good to have you along for our Pocket Arcways, Blizz. Appreciate the 11 months. Alright, so this is 50% to be a baby ape. Nice. Okay, so I think I am going to go ahead and play this out, and I'm going to prioritize putting energy on and evolving the new one, so that way it can't get drugged back up by Cyrus. Oh, you've not played any Leafeon, no. And we're going to be doing viewer deck submissions this week. There's our... Oh, we actually just kind of have it all now, yeah? Line it up real nice. Let's play this too, just so it's there. Hey, Steve, thanks for the super chat. Yeah, we're gonna do viewer decks every day this week. Ooh, that's a nice one. Okay, so let's go here. As long as we hit at least one here, we threaten to clear the Darkrai next turn. And we're kinda just like have the perfect curve here, right? We get to go energy on Moltres, retreat back to Monferno, Ape clears this, and then once the Ape's spent all of its energy, we have the Arcanine ready to go. You can't see how many energy are attached to your Pokemon. Is your screen dirty? What's the problem with not seeing the energy attached to my Pokemon? Zoom out. Oh, that's true. I think some of the... I can't remember if it's Twitch or YouTube, but one of them does this weird, like, zoom in thing on occasion. That cuts the bottom. Might be it. Twitch does it randomly. Yeah. Okay. Mobile YouTube also. Yeah, it might be both. Yeah, it's definitely a little scuffed. This thing only has 120, so Arcanine's ready. We'll talk about like a textbook first good game here, huh? Just seeing every axis of our deck pop. All right, fine. This deck seems sweet. I'm taking notes. Fine, we'll take notes. This deck is even better because it has all. That's true. We do have 2 full arts for all the stages here at their top end. Oh, Chimchar leads a little scuffed. We do have Leaf to reposition and a Pokeball though, so this is 50% to findable trace. Are you currently playing any games off stream? I am a longtime Genshin Impact enjoyer. Does Pokemon Pocket count? I've been playing Pokemon Pocket off stream as well. My poor bird. My poor bird. Yeah, I played a bit as Endless Zone Zero. It seems very good. I just don't have time in my life for another live service RPG. I'm impressed that you haven't burned out playing just Pokemon Pocket full time. I mean, for people who aren't familiar, I spent a decade playing Magic the Gathering. There were some ebbs of burnout in there, but it was definitely more good than bad up until the end. A lot of experience being a one game person. And Pocket, the thing that keeps Pocket good is, like, take last season for example. I was building and having fun with new decks in the previous expansion right up until the new packs released, right? Like the deck building has so much going on in this game. I enjoy it a lot. I imagine we're only gonna get more of that as we get the card pull deeper. What happened with Magic the Gathering? Magic the Gathering had a fundamental design shift in how they created cards near the end of, like, I think it was like the start of 22 or end of 22, somewhere in there. And it really changed how the game felt to play. We're about to be cooked by this Gengar, gamers. No Gardevoir. Maybe we have a shot? Can I race this? I go Heat Blast. If they don't have a Giovanni, it might be okay. I go Heat Blast. They hit me for 110. I go Second Energy, hit them for 70. Second Moltres finishes here. Yeah, so for people who aren't familiar with Magic the Gathering, like most paper card games, has what's called a non-rotating format, where you can play cards from the game's, like, really rich, long history. And they had two of them, actually, that I played. Legacy and Modern. I played both of them. And some greedy folks at the top of Wizards of the Coast realized that they were leaving money on the table by leaving those sets alone. So they started printing immense amounts of power creep, not just for their standard rotating format, but for their non-rotating formats. And they put those cards that were immense amount of power creep in $7 and $10 booster packs. So Modern Horizons was the beginning of the end for me personally when it came to playing Magic the Gathering. Yeah, real actual power creep, not like what people think this latest expansion was on this game. So, I liked playing Magic for a really long time, but the game that I liked playing doesn't exist anymore, essentially. I couldn't go back and play it if I wanted to because Wizards of the Coast makes a different game now. Yes, Gardevoir is gonna clear us here, but we don't have any means to play around that. Yes, they printed cards that were super strong for their non-rotating formats that were explicitly not standard legal. If this finds me the stage 1 here, we can win the game if they brick Gardevoir. We need them to brick Gardevoir, and I need to hit my stage 1 though. Rats. That's pretty unlikely. We only had 1 in the deck. I guess it wasn't that unlikely. I had 2 Arcanine. It was 25%. Pretty unlikely. I don't think I have any lines here, right? I'm just trying to think through what the back and forth is. I like 70 them twice. The problem is they're going to build up the side drive even without the Gardevoir now. So I need to threaten this next turn. Stage 1 as requested. Yeah, GG opponent. And then I think Magic the Gathering still like a really solid casual game to play. I know a lot of people have fun with it. I'm definitely not interested in yucking your yum. But like, if I'm going to play a game casually, Magic the Gathering is too expensive to play casually, in my opinion. And you can't really show up to game stores with proxies consistently in most places. So, I got a big old box, or big old shelf and wall full of board games in my house. So when I'm looking for a casual physical experience, we play board games. Rob Bolvey, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Someone asked, do you think Pokemon Pocket will eventually have rotating and non-rotating formats? Absolutely. But I'd also expect Pokemon Pocket will probably follow a 2-year rotation cycle, similar to Paper Pokemon. So I would expect we won't have a rotating or non-rotating format until fall of 26. You'll note that all of the sets they've released this year have an A in front of their set code. So I would bet that all of the first year will have A's, all of the second year will have B's, and then when C's released in the third year, the A's will rotate out. Any deck building tabletop games you play with your family? So deck building games tend to be too skill based for the board game groups I tend to play with. A lot of the times when we're playing board games and we get time to, there's like people like me and a couple of my other buddies that used to like play Magic the Gathering really competitively and like regularly top 8 tournaments with hundreds and thousands of players. And those types of games really let you translate your deck building skills from that type of experience. So it's just really not fun to like sit down and play a game where the conclusion is foregone. Because despite community complaints to the opposite, variance in games is important to keep things interesting and fun for everybody. So we tend to play games that like, they're not skill-less, we're not like playing Candyland or Monopoly, but they have a healthy amount of variance in them so the result isn't a foregone conclusion. Man, Arcanine lines up really poorly into Magnezone, doesn't it? You have to hit them twice and you take down yourself in the meantime? That sounds similar to your comment yesterday saying people were being elitist talking about wanting a ranked thing. I promise you, the average person saying they want ranked because they want to play against people who are as good as them aren't people who have the TCG resume that myself and the people I'm talking about playing board games casually have. Promise you. That Jeff Hoagland, he has such a big ego and thinks he's know everything and he's so full of himself. No, I have credentials and I know what my credentials are. I think we're just cooked here again. Experiencing this card into this card is, yeah, it's tough. Where did I have Arcanine in my EX tier list? Honestly, after playing that, I might move it down a peg. I'm putting together an overall EX tier list for Friday morning's video. Had it in C. C is probably appropriate. I don't think it belongs in the Gengar Lapras tier. I think Gengar's so dirty. It's not great. We're going first, and we have the whole ape line here, which is pretty solid usually. What's a consistent counter to Magnezone? Or what's a consistent counter to Magnezone stuff? I don't think we know the answer to that. If you figure it out, there's probably some tournaments you could win. You tried the board game Wingspan. I played a demo of it forever ago, but I couldn't tell you what the gameplay mechanics were offhand. I was at Gen Con the year it debuted. What do you think of Venusaur in the current meta? I think Venusaur is really good against Darkrai decks and really mediocre against most other things. We played some Venusaur on stream yesterday and it was kind of eh. It's a game people reference a lot in chat. It seems to have a following. They're just betting the house that I don't have Infernape. You're going to lose that bet, bud. We're going to be in a little bit of trouble if I'd cooked my way through the Judagon, but with them putting Lucario into the old monkey-shaped wood chipper here. Any thoughts on Starly? I think Starly's attack on a basic is interesting in a format where lots of people are playing Pokemon tools, but I'm not sure that its evolutions are good enough to make it worth playing. 50 HP is also kind of tough. Gallade is a good Magnezone counter. I don't know that I agree with that. If you pair it with Hitmonlee, it's okay, but like, you think about the breakpoints on Magnezone. Magnezone has 140. When it attacks, it goes down to 2 energy. So your Gallade's gonna deal 110 plus 20 extra. You need a Giovanni, or you need to kick it at least once in order to clean it out. I'll say, my editor, speaking of, my editor just sent me a slide to proof for this afternoon's video, which is a Gallade double Hitmonlee double Mars Shadow deck, which I think is which I really like. We'll probably play that in a tournament at some point. But I do think you need to be able to soften up their back line in order for Gallade to be useful. How's the switch from Snap to Pocket, Ben? My revenue is down a little bit, but my sanity is up, so it's been a positive change overall, I'd say. I feel like for someone like myself who enjoys exploring lots of deck building things, traditional TCG set releases just support my type of gameplay much better than Snap does. Snap only releasing 1 or 2 cards at a time, and those cards often going in obvious deck building choices, means that it's really hard to stand out as a content creator looking to do interesting things. There's no Macarco decks. That's true. I really don't like those types of jokes, Rhino. Just so we're clear. The idea that female streamers get more viewers based on the type of clothing that they wear really ignores the fact that live streaming on platforms like Twitch and YouTube is an incredibly male-dominated industry, objectively. So I'd prefer if we didn't perpetuate sexist stereotypes in my chat. Is Infernape better than Charizard? Infernape's a different card than Charizard that has good matchups. It's better in some ways and worse in others. It's not a strict one-to-one comparison. I don't know that I personally love these Moltres builds of Infernape. There's been, part of me wants to save this to communicate for an Arcanine, but another part of me wants to build towards this. I've really enjoyed the non-Moltres builds of Infernape more, but I want to play more with them still to get a feel, so when people submit them, I'm happy to take them and play them. I actually think one of the more interesting things about Infernape with Moltres is that Dawn is good with both Infernape and Moltres. So, in my mind, it's not so much that, like, Moltres is stellar with Infernape, so much as that you can play this powerful supporter card that works with both of your things. Yikes. I'm enjoying Volcarona. Yeah, I mean, attacking bench Pokemon is definitely still at a premium in this format. A lot of people, there's our variant swinging back around. A lot of people building up big monsters in the back. Are there any new cards you would add to the Muck Leaf deck you'd been playing? I don't think so. All right, well, this is incredibly likely to hit either our stage 1 or our stage 2, yeah? They guaranteed? I think it's guaranteed, yeah? All right, let's burn these Zergs to the ground. Yeah, because I had I had all 5 of my basics out. And I had my stage 1 already. Yeah, that was guaranteed to be an Arcanine or Infernape there. Gosh, this card's so good. I've been enjoying Infernape with Salazzle because Salazzle can 2-shot Druddigon. Yeah, that's a good take. I like that. What do I think about Leafeon with fossils? I assume Leafeon with fossils is an incredible YouTube clickbait title. And probably not much other than that. I would wager there's videos on YouTube somewhere right now claiming win more with Leafeon with this trick, or surprise Leafeon thing you didn't consider. I think it sounds like a lot of work to deal 90 per turn. That's also not going to be very consistent at it. Yeah, it's probably the Chatot Fossils deck of the season for sure. Yeah, I wasn't fully prepared for how aggressive the Pocket clickbait YouTube build was going to be. As someone who experienced both Snap and Magic the Gathering, the Pocket has a lot more YouTube channels where everything is cracked on every upload. I assume just part of that is the Pokemon space is a lot bigger. Yeah. As far as this goes, I feel like the games we played with this deck reinforce that Infernape's a really good card worth exploring in my mind, and thinking through and seeing it in action, how Arcanine's breakpoints line up into Magnezone, I think accelerating into Arcanine's probably not good. I feel like if I was gonna try Arcanine, we would need a way to soften them up. Okay, let's say you're an Arcanine lover and you're like, Jeff, how would you make Arcanine be least bad in this format? Unironically, I think if you wanted to try and make Arcanine least bad, it probably involves low punny. I think you need to be able to soften the backline. And I think if I was to say, okay, we're going to try and cook Arcanine, I think it would be low punny with Cyrus. So you could soften the 140s and then yank them up to clear with the Arcanine. Because the kind of problem it has is this 120 damage, you can't Giovanni it up to 130 and clear things anymore. Because maybe Spiritomb could be okay too if you wanted to play one card. You could maybe do a little bit of both. The problem with Spiritomb plus Giovanni, maybe, but you can't Cyrus and Geo in the same turn is the tough part. Could you play a Rocky Helmet? The problem with Rocky Helmet is then your Arcanine's gonna take a hit. Yeah, it's definitely Spiritomb or low punny, I think would be where I would start if I wanted to try and make Arcanine work in this metagame. I would want 2 Cyrus. I would want ways to poke their bench so that way you can get your Arcanine's 120 to like clear the things you actually care about clearing in one. And doing all that probably means you're not a Moltres deck, because the Moltres builds of Arcanine want to ramp to Arcanine right away and just get it going. For people who are coming in late, you should always check the title when you're coming in, asking me questions about card selection of this deck. This is a viewer-submitted deck, like most of the decks we're going to be playing today. Going to be moving along to our next one. Oh, our next one is fun. We have a request to build around Revenge Primape with Giant Cape, since Giant Cape can make it a little bit healthier. So I need to take a brief pause for the cause, read some adverts, and go to the bathroom while that happens. When we get back, we're going to build some Revenge Primape as our next viewer submission. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Cape the Ape. Tap the like button on the YouTube side if you're hanging out and haven't done so already. Appreciate the 427 people that have done that already. BRB. So, not a Leaf deck, probably a Cyrus deck, maybe a Pokemon Communication deck. Let's get some fighting friends in here. Probably a Promo Mankey angle, if I had to guess. Kickmonlee sounds good. Marshadow's a playable card. Promo Mankey's like all the way at the bottom, yeah? Cool. Cape. It's probably a double Cyrus angle, honestly. And probably 2x speed. Do I want a Geo? That could be okay. It doesn't work with Cyrus, though. Is Dawn good? Dawn doesn't seem like she's going to be very good very often. I've got 6 basics already. I don't necessarily need to play any of those. I think another utility card's probably fine. It could just be like a potion to pair with the these. It could also be like a Rocky helmet. I don't hate the idea of potion. Let's start here. Spend a second putting flares on everything. I'm playing Honchkrow, Weavile, and I tried to Geo the Crows, but it doesn't work. Wonder if that's bugged or intended. You should read Giovanni. Reading is busted. Alright, let's dive in, shall we? there any good Pachirisu decks that aren't the 18 trainer version? I mean, the 18 trainer version is probably not good either. But no Pachirisu decks I've played that feel reasonable to date. Rocky Helmet, I promise to leave your buddy alone. When you add a card to your deck, the favorite flares should be selected. No? Well, you can't favorite flares, so... What do you think of Luxray? I was really impressed with Luxray yesterday. I think it'll definitely be something I explore in a tournament at some point. Oh, I could Cyrus up the Darkrai and then hit it with this. Just trying to think, how do I get damage marked on this to let it get going right away? But I'm not sure that we can. They're not going to kill this next turn. Maybe they'll kick it and that'll be good for me. If they clear this at any point without this ability, I can Marshadow. Kickmon Leech yet. These fighting decks have been putting up a lot of solid results. Not Neji, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. They're a water deck. I think I'm leading Mankey. I'd be happier if we had first energy advantage. Bilbo Shaggins, thank you for the brand new Prime support. I appreciate that. Direct support focusing a big part of why this is able to be my job. Thanks for keeping me around. If we hit a cape, I can attack them for 30. Rip. Friendo. If they had Giovanni, they would have cleared me last turn. So that them not attacking is super wrong here, because it means that I get to tap them for 40, and then if they 80 me, I clear them on the backswing next turn. This is one of those, our opponent thought they were doing something, but unless they have a Giovanni they just elected not to use last turn, they made a very silly choice. Hey, thanks for getting out here, Biblo. What's going on, Battlejacks? Yeah, we've been uploading a lot of YouTube stuff this first week. I think we're going to do 2 videos a day for the rest of the week, and we'll probably scale it back to 1 a day for the rest of the season. It's, we've all been there, opponent. The pause before the shame concede. Can Nido King and Nido Queen work now with communication? If by work now, do you mean are they less bad than they previously were? Absolutely. If by work now, do you mean are they top tier competitive? Probably not. I think we chill on this for now. I might want to communication it into a Hitmonlee at some point. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Danny. Good to have you here. I'm not even actually convinced that this is the ideal Mankey. Although I guess it would be nice if we could just draw a cape. Or like 3 games in and just have it draw a cape. And if I had a cape on this, I could switch this in at Reckless Charge and not risk dying to Weezing. But because I don't have cape, it's just like not feasible to swap it up. It's very sad. We called the deck Cape Ape. Where are the capes? We have the apes. Oh, Darkrai's unfortunate. Oof. I think expecting your opponent to have a Rocky helmet to trigger your Mankey is very silly. I think that's going to be incredibly unlikely to come up. Feel like we might be cooked, gamers. Our poor little Dorko. So leaving Primape up obviously isn't a line. I can clear this, but then this goes down. Then it goes down to this. There's nothing I can do. I think our play to win sequence here involves kicking this twice, and then dragging it up with Cyrus and cleaning it out with this. If they have a Cyrus of their own, we're just gonna die. Them marking damage on Marshadow actually seems good for me, yeah? I'd love to find my other X speed so I get energy on this and keep it. I'm gonna play this out because I'd rather this die than Marshadow next turn, I think. So I kick this. And then next turn we have Cyrus clear the Darkrai here, even through a potion or a cape. Well, that's a choice you're allowed to make. If they don't have another Cyrus, we're good to go here, gamers. They need another Cyrus, or another Sabrina, or a Giovanni. They needed to kill the Primape, but Scotty didn't know. Do not inform Scotty, for they are unaware. Let's pull Fiona to the front of the class, huh? And then Primape here is at 50, which means that it survives a gas leak plus a tackle, and then thanks to weakness, we're clearing either of these Weezings in one. So they're dead on board unless they have some way to get out of it. This is a cape win. If you understood why I referred to Darkrai as Fiona, you should take an aspirin for your back. You probably need it. We would lose the second Darkrai there, is an accurate take. Close game. Opponent made a small mistake because they weren't familiar with what we had cooking. We were able to take him down. Bilbo Burglar, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Yeah, our ape had a cape, but it was too much to overcome. This isn't where I parked my Primape. Yep. You played with Electivire. We played Electivire Luxray yesterday. It felt real reasonable. We'll definitely be doing more of that in the future. I promise once we get this Garchomp tournament out of my system, we're going to play better decks in tournaments on Thursday and Friday. I know me, and I need to get the Garchomp out of my system. So we're playing viewer decks today, anyways. We'll get our quick 0-2 in with Garchomp, and then we'll play better decks the rest of the week. What happens if you win the tournament with Garchomp? Then you should expect an unhealthy amount of Garchomp trying to replicate that again. I needed X speed to have a real shot here. Does this work? I'm gonna trade with this. Maybe? I keep letting these not get cleared to Marshadow Revenge. It's a big deal. I obviously could have caped this to buy a turn, but yeah, I get to cape my follow-up Marshadow, so these don't just trade. They don't just eat me. Oh, that's a choice. Gosh, I wish I had an X speed to punish this immensely silly play from them. Just both our X speeds buried in the bottom 8. Is it possible we want Leaf as a third X speed? Yeah, very possible. These Hitmonlee decks love being able to pivot their stuff around. That doesn't really matter, yeah. I'm gonna test a Garchomp Greninja with 2 Cyrus. You just don't have room to play Cyrus with Garchomp Greninja because you have too many slots already. Alright, so what's the line? It's cape here. No, I have a path to win this game, says Local Man about to lose to Cyrus. I cape here. And then we energy pivot. And we kick this. If I'd have had a monkey, we might have won this game. Our lack of a Primape also putting us behind. Yeah, they're almost assuredly playing the 18 trader Pocket Isu deck. So Cyrus drags Marshadow up here, and then we're probably cooked. But if they don't have Cyrus, yeah, that does it. Sabrina also gets it. I needed an X speed earlier that game so I could be 1 attack ahead. And because we didn't have it... No, that was their second point, Bob. Oh, wait, did I? No, I needed something that could survive. I could have... They take my Hitmonlee, and then I could Cyrus up the back one to kick the low health one, but then I don't have a way to clear the 100-point one. I needed a way to clear the 100-point one without getting another knockout. Or like I needed a healthy Marshadow. And I don't think the leaf over potion is a good thought though. We probably, yeah, they already had a point. We probably win that game if we probably win that game if the potion's a leaf. These Hitmonlee decks just love having more free retreats. Any good viewer decks? Not so far today. I had 2 swings and misses so far this morning. This one's okay. I don't know that I'd call it good, but it's least disappointing. Blue is greater than Cape. That's certainly a gamer take. I'm going to hold the extra monkey because we might try and turn it into a Hitmonlee next turn, depending on what they do. Yep, you know. Double Charmander makes our Hitmonlee a bit worse. Obviously, we'll prioritize kicking the one that has energy on it, but... Well, you know, we'll kick the one that has energy on it. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. We do not have any communication about promo reruns. Yeah, this card is currently just inaccessible to people who missed it, which sucks. Speaking of, make sure you do the current Cressula EX event and get those promo Ms. Magius, or Misdrevious? Misdrevious, not Ms. Magius. Get stretchy here. It is a little strange the promo cards aren't tradable, I agree. I feel like we're just done here. Them having 2 of everything is a tough beat. I would argue the entire trade system is strange. I would disagree with that assessment, but you're entitled to your opinion, gamer. Do I play other games in my free time? In my small amounts of free time, I mostly play Genshin Impact in addition to Pokemon Pocket. Occasionally I play other single-player story stuff, but Genshin pumps out a lot of content, so it dominates a lot of my time. You replace Slay the Spire. I really don't enjoy single-player card games. I don't find them mechanically challenging enough, and drafting games don't have a deck-building aspect to them. I hope you are not a victim of gotcha. No, I have good impulse control. I spend money that I have to spend on games like Genshin Impact and others. Who's your main character? I like the characters that have greedy on-field time. Like Chow or Wanderer or Gaming, Eula, those types of ones. Primape cleans this, yeah? Which is nice. We'll put a hat on him just in case. Yeah, we take all their energy off the board with this. We might have a shot. Oh, if they hit a bunch of heads here, we're in trouble. Does 2 qualify as a bunch? I feel like 2 qualifies as a bunch. That's sort of how we get the last point here. We do this and maybe they play around Giovanni. But they just build up over 2 turns and then we die, yeah? Why not use the other Primape that attacks for 1 energy for 50? Because someone paid me $10 to try and build a deck with this one. Which, unfortunately, I feel like the conclusion after this is... Yeah, they even have blue to beat it. Well, the slash, we would need a Giovanni to clear them, and with blue, we can't even clear them through that. Yep, GG opponent. Imagine if my Primape was like Gallade or a better payoff here. We might have still been in trouble regardless of our fighting build there, just because they had double Moltres, double Charizard. I mean, the answer is you probably just play one of the good fighting decks, none of which play any of the Primapes. Cape plus blue lets your Charizard tank a Mew hit. That's cute. It's a good thought on breakpoints. All right, speaking of viewer decks, I think we're gonna go ahead and slide along to our next one. Drapion, the Dark Scorpion is what we're gonna build with next. I'm gonna run some adverts while I put that together. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tap the like button on the live stream. You can have an advert as well. Dark Jolteon. It is kind of Dark Jolteon, isn't it? It probably just goes with Wheezing. Yeah, we need a card that lets it buy time. Yeah, charge up your 3 energy attacker. This is 2 energy retreat costs, or definitely a Leaf deck. Some Kogas in here. Oh, that I need 1 more basic Pokemon at least. I think I'm into one communication. I probably don't need two Cyrus. Do you want Salandit as your last basic? That's a curious thought. Because technically the Scorpion can poison as well, yeah? Alright, we should probably flare the incredibly playable and competitive Drapion, or whatever it's called, huh? Check my Wonder Picks real quick, too. I'm still hunting for a couple of one-star full arts that appear sometimes. I'd love a second one-star Garchomp before we, an extra one-star Garchomp so we can flare our one-stars before we start the thing today. Format staple, if you would. I have plenty of them, right? Only 32. We'll manage. Pop off the bike to eat some lunch. Ooh, this is one of my favorites. I love the big swirlies. The big swirlies and the circles that pop off are two of my favorite flares. What's the best fighting deck right now? I don't really have strong data to draw conclusions between various distinctions like that. The Magnezone fighting builds have been putting up some results. There's also been some Lucario Aerodactyl, but none of them are being played in like large sample sizes to be like with any deterministic confidence like this is the better build. Oh, this is a new one they added. It looks so sick, and it's the first one. Good beat. This is a new one they added in this expansion. Hopefully they keep adding more. A lot of the new effects have been real slick looking. Yeah, the tournament Saturday was a blast pocketation. The coverage kept clipping along at a good pace. Working with Spraggles again was wonderful. Do opponents see your flare? Of course your opponents see your flare. Half the reason to make your cards look sweet is to make your opponents see your sweet cards. You know what to do! Benjamin. Benjamin. Alright, hold on, chat. No, we queued with the right deck, but we have to take a brief pause. We have to take a brief pause. Sorry, opponent, I'll give you a thanks for wasting 30 seconds of your time. Benjamin dropped a Benjamin. So it's time to go shiny hunting. Honestly, they were really quick breaks for the tournament. It was nice. Yeah, my goal was to have 90% of the stream showing new matches, and we hit that goal. A little bit over it. All right, we're looking for a one-star Garchomp. I'm also looking for an immersive Palkia. Those are the two I'd most like. What a cursed creature. I really should build with this card at some point, but it's just so cursed I can't bring myself to do it. I actually do have a Rainbow Licky Licky. I think it was the first 2-star we opened in this set. I think the max number of packs per day is like 120. Like 720 gold worth. And you remove the fire energy from Salandit. So Salandit doesn't actually add fire energy to your deck because it has a colorless attack. So the editor is at least smart enough to add colors of energy based on what the attacks actually use as opposed to the Pokemon types. Oh, come on. Where's my 1-star Garchomp gamers? This is a cursed creature. I really feel like they need to reconsider how they pick 1-star Pokemon. There's so many that feel like wasted 1-stars. Across all of the sets. Would you say 16 trainer Starmie with Pokemon communication is better than 18 trainer Pachirisu? That's like asking me, would I rather touch the hot stove or slam my hand in a car door? Neither of them sound great, and I'd prefer to do neither. Oof. What a scuffed couple of 10 packs. How much do 1-stars take to craft? They're 400 points. So we could technically craft it if we brick after opening all these. Which we might do. Okay, so I've got some options on my Mismagiuses. Was missing that one in my collection overall. I've got 2 of the rainbows, though. So I'd have to decide, do I want to go for matching or do I want to do a split seeds for next time we play them? It's probably matchy. I actually really like the rainbow Mismagius. The Parallax 2-stars are some of the best art in the game, just in general. Come on, Choppy. We're gonna play you in the tournament. Come to Daddy. What am I eating? I have some baked red pepper pasta that was left over from the other night for dinner. Whenever we cook that, we make a big tray so leftovers can go. How did you get 500 Pokegold with the most powerful card in mobile gaming? your credit card. You too could have 500 Pokegold. This stream has been a lesson in how to turn cash into full art Carvines. And Licky Lickies, apparently. Hippopotamus! Have we hit every 1-star in this pack other than Garchomp at this point? I think we're on every... No, we haven't hit a Starly yet. I think that's in this pack. All right, Jumperson. Thank you for your service, sir. Oh, yeah, we still got packs to open. Now the question is... Would I rather chase... I want a second Palkia immersive. But I want more 2-stars out of here. I have 2 Dawn 2-stars. I have 2 Dawn and 2 Cyrus already. So like on this pack, I want Volkner, I want Gallade, I want Yanmega. I honestly wouldn't mind Pocky or Dialga either. Like I'm missing all of these. I have 1 Darkrai. Matching Darkrai would be fine too. I don't have 2 Cynthia. Yeah, I don't have any Yanmega full arts or Gallade full arts, so I wouldn't mind ripping into those. But I have 2 Dialga immersives. I don't have matching cosmetics for Palkia yet. Well, so my Garchomp deck only plays 1 Cynthia, and I have a full art Cynthia. I have a full art Cynthia. Are you a Palkia player? I might be. All right, I'm torn. I'm gonna alternate ripping 10 packs. I'm gonna do 10 and then 10 and then 10 and then 10. We'll let fate decide. Come on, give me a movie. We're gonna rip Dialga packs and immediately get my 4th immersive Dialga. That's how this is gonna work. I have 2 of those already. You can flare the immersives, that's true. Any golds yet this set? I have a gold Dialga. We're gonna flip flop. We're gonna spend as much gold as they let me spend today. Yes, the crowd rares are the rarest. There are 1 per 500 packs. So there's not a limit on how much gold. Oh, I guess there technically is. You could only have, I think it's 3,500 gold purchased at a time. Because I've hit that cap before when they had a sale when the game launched. But you could only spend 720 gold per pack on packs per day. Only. 15,000 brings to mind Toxtricity. The jolts of electricity it launches by violently strumming. The protrusions on its chest exceed 15,000 volts. Yeah, 720 gold's like right around $100. The game is calling us toxic for spending money. I think that is what it just did. So unironically, I had someone in a YouTube comment. They commented telling me everyone was sleeping on Tangle Growth. And I responded very nice, like, okay, sell me on Tangle Growth. Where's it's good and how would you play it? And they were just like, nah, I'm not telling you. I was like, all right, sure, gamer. Enjoy your channel, man. I do need a couple. I would like to flare my baby Shinx. We're gonna play some more Luxray. Luxray is very playable. We'll have very shiny babies for our Luxray. Hey, Time Lord, thank you for the over 6 years. Welcome back. Thanks for keeping me around through everything we've explored here over the years. Have you tried Mesprite yet? I'm just assuming that card's not very good. I'm sure we'll get around to it eventually, but there's other things that might be good that I want to play first. Yes! Yes! Movie! Attaboy. We got both the things we wanted. Ben's money is so lucky. Well, all right. That means I am only opening Dialga packs from here on out for 2 stars. Never unban people. So YouTube doesn't have a way to appeal bans because YouTube doesn't actually tell you when you get banned. They just shadow ban you. But on Twitch, people can appeal bans, and we regularly unban people, yeah. In fact, on the YouTube side, I've been using more of the 24-hour timeout than actually banning people because there's no ban appeal over there. On Twitch especially, I use the ban button very liberally because of their unban feature. Because when you ban someone on a social media platform, you often learn a lot about them. And a lot of people, if their response is like being really super nasty and obnoxious when they get banned, as opposed to just politely asking to be unbanned, they're someone that I wouldn't want in the community long term anyways. So it's kind of like a mask off / litmus test, depending on how you want to think about it. It's like, all right, let's click this button and see how you react. Like your message was borderline. Let's see how you react to this. Oh, poorly. Okay, well, you can stay gone. Alec, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Ooh, we got a Luxray. I don't have flares on my Luxrays yet either. We're gonna flare so many friends. We got 2 Luxrays. Yeah, I'll do. All right. Someone asked if I'm even gonna play my Palkia. I want to run back this Blastoise Palkia deck at some point. We top 16 to tournament. We top 16 to tournament with this deck day 1 or day 2 or something. And now we have all shinies for it. My poor cursed war turtles. Maybe they'll give us shiny stage 1s at some point. Did I hit another mana fee while we were opening? I did not. I'll have to look for that one in Wonder Picks. We've got flares for both my Garchomps for today, though. Because I already had 1 flare. And get more purple circles, which is one of my favorites. Why play Blastoise over Starmie or Articuno? Dealing 160 clears 140 HP things that have a cape. Also 180 HP is a lot. And Blastoise is my boy, but his breakpoints are like genuinely good in the metagame. Oh no, chat. They put the sweet flare for Luxray all the way at the end? That's so annoying. Alright, we're gonna need a lot more Luxrays, huh? That's fine. Luxray's in Dialga packs, yeah? But yeah, I'll prioritize looking for mid Wonder Picks. The flares are different per person. That's interesting. Yeah, finding 3 stars in Wonder Picks is not too terrible. But yeah, I'll have to prioritize Wonder Picking these. It depends on which pack you pick first. So if I would have picked a different pack first, this could have been the first flare. Or you mean like my very first pack at the start of the game? Like I needed to pick Palkia before Dialga, or like the Mewtwo? Interesting. So whether or not you pick the Mewtwo, Pikachu, or Charizard dictates the order on these? That's such a weird choice. Yeah, I need to reroll my account now, I think, so that way Luxray can have easier flares. What's the baby Luxray called? I thought it was SP. What's the baby Luxray called? Shinx, not S-H-I. Got it. I love the circles, chat. They're my favorite. Nimbus, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, look here. This site has routes. Order of flares are determined by which pack you open at the start of the game. The same route applies to all your cards. I did not know that. That's really interesting. Weird design choice. You can trade them with flares. Oh god. Oh my god, it's red version, blue version all over again. It's red version, blue version all over again. All right, obviously we're gonna play, we built a viewer deck forever ago, so we're gonna play one game with that, and then our tournament with the Garchomp deck is gonna be starting. Oh wait, let me go apply the Garchomp flare before I forget. So in 10 minutes, I want to make it clear, I don't think this deck is terrible, but it's also probably not good. Just so we have realistic expectations about power level. I just feel like I know I will have regrets if I don't let it run down in a tournament at least one time. We had a lot of fun playing this. We had a sweet highlight with it the other day. I want to give it one shot in a tournament. This deck is big Grixis energy for sure. Oh, were there not flares on Balls of Oak? I think there were. Yeah, they're just very subtle. They're the blue dots and the white dot, the gold dots. All right. I think we have time to play one random game before the tournament round pops, though. So let's do that. So land it as our opener is Big Zed. That is our 5th basic, who we do not want to lead on. Okay. Not having a way to pressure their starting mana fee is not great. Hopefully we top deck Weezing so we can poison it. I don't know that we're going to be able to beat either of their things charging up, gamers. We'll find out here. What was your favorite Magic deck? What was your favorite color in Magic to play? I didn't really have a favorite color to play in Magic, so much as I had archetypes I liked to play. Disruptive creature tempo is how I would describe. Oh, I see. No, it was very much not blue-white control. Get out of here, troll. Blue-white control is the antithesis of things I liked playing. The opposite. You can't trade for 2 diamond cards. You can't trade the newest set. 2 diamond cards don't cost any pack points to trade. All right, we're going to give this some goes after, in between tournament rounds. Let's take a brief pause for the cause and roll some ads so they don't have to roll in the middle of the tournament match. We're going to be playing some Garchomp in a tournament at the top of the hour. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. The old Ninja Chomp. Do you keep pets? I don't know what that means. Like, do I have pets in my home? Yeah, I have 3 children. They are 4, 9, and 10. No, do you go around taking people's pets? Yeah, I like them. I think I'm gonna keep them. Someone asked earlier, when do I drink my advanced stuff, and I didn't answer you because there was a lot going on at the time. I like to eat it after a meal usually because it's sweet. It's kind of like a 0-calorie dessert. Is my preference. This blue raspberry lemonade. It's my favorite I've had. The old Shakerooty. Our slick little branded shaker. We're gonna O2 a tournament with Garchomp this afternoon. I need to get it out of my system. I know if I don't O2 with Garchomp at least once, I'm gonna be filled with regret in perpetuity. I am not a big caffeine drinker. I occasionally drink unsweet tea, but I'm not familiar with their energy products. I would assume they taste as good as the hydration ones, but the hydration ones are the only ones I've had. The trouble is, Jeff, if you don't go O2, you'll just keep chasing Dragon. You should expect Garchomp to be a tournament mainstay if we accidentally do well today. But the key to not being disappointed in life, chat, is low expectations. Yeah, there's this weird, like, prime purgatory window, Doji, where it's like a couple hours where you're not sub, but you can't prime yet. PayPaling all your opponents really quick. Yikes. Tournament is about to start. Let's do it. What's the strategy for Garchomp's discard? You discard cards that are bad, so you can draw cards that are good. Is the goal. Yeah, make sure you write that one down. Oh, by the way, gamers, I should plug it a little bit for the adults that like to plan ahead. The Hoaglandia Spraggles Open event is officially going to be becoming a series, like the logo says. We don't have full details locked in yet, but on March 8th, we will be returning with another event. So Saturday, March 8th. If you would like to play or want to watch, make sure you have that date blocked out. We still gotta figure out sponsors and stuff, but we had one community member when we announced it that's coming back yesterday. They donated 200 USD, so our prize pool is gonna be a little bit bigger this time. And then I'm gonna call him out in chat just so he's locked in. Bob offered to put up $100 as well, so we're gonna have at least a 300 USD prize pool for the next one. We'll see if we can chase down some sponsors and other stuff. Bob and Cheese. Giggity can't get all the glory. Well, that's a small pile of biddies from Duck. I would have to like make a list of the Hoaglandia whales who have provided. All right, we have a $400 prize pool, sponsored by Hoaglandia. So my round has paired, but my opponent hasn't checked in yet. So we're waiting for them to get here. So we're playing against the Fighting Magnezone deck here. 2 Lee, a Hitmonchan, 2 Marshadow, then the Magnezone line. They'll typically only play Fighting Energy. 2 Cyrus is noteworthy here. This deck list is very, very reasonable. They don't check in at 50. It's actually only 4 minutes on the timer. Yeah, most competitive Pokemon Pocket tournaments are open deck lists, so that way people can't like cheat and change their decks in between games or rounds. Have you played Lucario plus Gallade? I've not yet, but I've been pretty whelmed by Lucario in general. I really like Gallade. My highlight on the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel this afternoon after we're done streaming is actually going to be Gallade plus Hitmonlee and Marshadow, and I really like that build a lot. Lucario is clunky. I'll probably try it at some point just to get first-hand experience with it, but I've not been a huge fan. Anyone have Jeff's Blastoise EX list? It was the highlight Friday on the channel, Perplexed. Hey, Niv. Maybe, well, should I figure out a way to formally community fund the prize pool? We just, like, make a command and accept that that's something we're gonna do? We have $420 put up for the next Hoaglandia Open. Blaze it. I'm gonna start writing these down so I don't forget them. Thank you for that. Thank you for the contribution, Niv. I'm sure you can make it work. All right, well, that's $520 for the next one. Hoaglandia's whales are absurd. Move away, advance it into the AM. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably round up some sponsors. Still, because I do need to pay some staff too. Like the person who ran the feature matches. They were here all day, and I paid them a couple $100 to be here all day. All right, our opponent has checked in. Sweet, let's play a game. Hey, thanks for the biddies, Bedman. 522. You feel like they'll give us more trade tokens as of today? I bet we can expect a steady supply of trade tokens to come in. How many exactly remains to be seen, but I'll bet they're going to provide a flow of them moving along. Penguin, thanks for the 169. All right, we're searching. As always, I'm going to be paying a little bit less attention to chat while we're playing so I can focus up, behave, or the mods will bonk you. Yes, for my old Magic players, today's deck list is basically Grixis. It's terrible, and I know it's terrible, but we'll hopefully have a fun time playing it. And just, like, immediately have a choice on whether or not I want to use this communication. I think I'm supposed to wait for a turn. Because what? There's a Marshadow, a Garchomp, and then 4... I'm only, like, 2 out of 7 for this communication to hit the basic I want. It's, like, super unlikely. Yes. It's a lovely Gibble. Alright, and now we'll Pokemon Communication, because if I hit a Frogadair, it's pretty solid for us. Marshadow. Marshadow's not bad. Let's fill it out, huh? So I assume they start kicking Gibble, but it's gonna take them 5 kicks to clear Garchomp, so... I think I want to apply pressure here, but it's close because we're a 2-color deck. Like, there's a world where I never see another fighting energy. If they get in the zone this turn, I guess this is bad for me. I might have been right to Frogadier the Froakie on the bench. Although it's worth noting the Magnezone can only hit twice here. So they could, like, put it up and clear the Frogadier, and then, they clear the Marshadow after the Marshadow hits them, and then they're out of gas. Because they don't have lightning energy. So even if they have the zone, they have a bit of a choice here. So I assume this means you're Magnezoning me, yeah? Really? Okay. Interesting. Do I want a second Gibble in my deck? I don't think I do, right? There's 2 research in my deck right now. We've not found yet. We've got 2 cards turn into turn now. So I could have discarded the Pokeball last turn, but notably the question there is, do I want to draw and build another Garchomp later? So by fetching it up first, I get to thin my deck out. Do I just lose from here? I think we're just cooked from here. I don't have anything that can survive the Magnezone. Magnezone's just such a big boy. Yeah, I need a fighting energy on Garchomp instead of Greninja. But I needed the Greninja to hit the Hitmonlee at one point. But that could have been a wrong choice. Like, that was one of the things I talked about, is like the turn I put the energy on the Frogadier, I was like, oh, this might be wrong, because I might need this on the Garchomp. Did I mess this up? Yeah, I did, right? If I would have... I could have put the water energy... Yeah. I could have put the water energy on the Greninja and cleared the Hitmonlee with the or the Marshadow with the Greninja, and then this would have cleared this, but that would have only been my second point, right? And because they have the second Marshadow, we're checkmated anyways. So I made a mistake with the information that I had at the time, but because of my opponent's draw, that mistake ultimately did not matter. So definitely a mistake, did not impact the outcome of the game. The Magnezone is weak to fighting, so the Marshadow would have cleared it. With a single... Oh, but the Greninja wouldn't have been able to put damage on it. Oh, you're right. I would have needed the Greninja to clear that, and then I wouldn't have cleared that. Yeah, I don't know. It was all bad for us regardless, I think. All right, game 2. Hopefully we can have first energy advantage this time through. That seems like it was a big deal. You do not have first energy advantage, said. Hopefully there's a water energy under here, and we're just gonna go 2-3 right up the curve and run him down. If we miss on our energy 50%, though, it's gonna be bad for us. Which is, you know, part of the risk of playing that. Apologies for the background noise. There's people vacuuming in my house. They'll be done in a minute. The piece of software that I use to noise filter recently stopped working. You hear nothing. That's because I muted my microphone for a good chunk of it there. It's not looking good, fellas. Why? Because I missed on my energy one time? If we miss like 2 or 3 times, we might be in trouble, but I have my full evolution lines here, and I have another professor's research. For the 60-month scribble did. Appreciate it. Oh. Okay, so we do this. We do this. We do this. We hit this for 20. We retreat the Garchomp. And hit this for 40. And then next turn... Oh my god, I put the energy on the wrong fucking card. God damn, I hate the interface not letting me undo simple things. It's like 2 years of Marvel Snap all over again. I'm so frustrated. Oh, playing tournaments. People talk about playing tournaments on stream getting ghosted being frustrating. The actual problem with playing tournaments on stream is making mistakes because I'm trying to narrate what I'm doing. The not being able to undo putting an energy on something is so freaking asinine and frustrating. Okay, so we would have been in a fine spot here if I would have hit them with revenge and then next turn water shuriken would have cleared this and then their revenge wouldn't be active. But now I have to I need a water energy now. Now I need a water energy. If I would have put the energy on here and wouldn't have to give up my Marshadow, I wouldn't need to hit my energy. But now because I misclicked while talking, I need my energy. God, fuck you, game. That's so frustrating. Holy shit. Oh, we would have won this game despite our horrible variance if I just had the energy on the right freaking card. Oh, man. It's fine. It's fine. We're not dead yet. We're not dead yet. I believe. We're not dead yet. I want the record to be clear. I am not visibly frustrated because of the energy variance. I understand that the energy variance happens and we're playing this deck accepting that. I am frustrated that this game doesn't have a simple feature to allow me to undo my energy placement when you make a small dexterity error. Just so we're abundantly clear why I am frustrated. Card game variance, like, whatever, like, we registered this deck accepting that this is, like, a thing that's gonna happen. Like, it's just, like, that's just the thing. If you're gonna get mad about energy variance, you shouldn't play games like this. Oh, man. We actually won the game on the spot if any of these were water energy. It's so funny. Because they're gonna put up a Magnemite here, and I would knock out the Magnemite with weakness, and then if I had a water energy, we would clear. Wait, they're putting up the Marshadow? Do they not know how this works? Okay, well, our opponent throwing is also an option. They must think they have revenge here. They don't. They don't have revenge? Yep. Okay, cool. We might have a shot here because the opponent didn't know how the game worked. Holy! It does exist! It does exist! Alright. Alright. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, lizard on a chair. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. They didn't put Magnemite in because it was weakness. Yeah, they needed to put it in because it was weakness, because if I killed the Magnemite, they had revenge to kill my card, which would have let them potentially win the game. All right, we have first energy advantage for game 3. That's nice. I have a professor's research in my opener. I have a Gabite, communication. We have 2 water energy in a row. Let's fire it up. Second Gibble. I don't wait a turn on the communication, I think. We'll be all water this game to be 50-50 with the last game. Yeah, 2 copies of X Speed here to let him punch the Gibble. It might be wrong skipping Plague Bench to force out the X Speed. It's close, though. It puts me a turn behind on evolving to Garchomp on the back one. Okay, so fighting energy here means that, Gabite finishes Hitmonchan after we gnaw on it. So we're looking to dodge a copy of Mars Shadow this turn. Unlucky. Start communicating with the Pokemon. I'm doing this now because if I find a Frogadier, I really need to get it going. Or sorry, a Froakie. Two Chomps, no communication, no research in our deck. Worth noting, we are building up to Greninja here, though, which is nice. Yeah, they're gonna switch to Hitmonlee. If they kick the Gabite, that would be not great for us. They're gonna have to Froakie. Okay. If we draw Garchomp here, we're in an okay spot. 1 and 3 to draw Garchomp. I forgot to attach an energy. No Giovanni. So I think this means we're probably good to go from here. What am I even drawing to at this point? I don't think I know. We're putting the energy here. I'm going to Water Shuriken the Hitmonchan. The Garchomp clears this. The Marshadow can't clear this back. I don't think I'm discarding here. What am I trying to draw with the discard? I have a full... Oh, my other Gibble's dead, so we should discard. I forgot about that. I have a full Greninja in my deck here still. I think this is checkmate. Without them having a Magnezone loaded up. Because they can hit us down to 10, and then we clear them back, and then Greninja finishes this in 2. They have no sustain. They can Cyrus our Frog. If they Cyrus our Frog, my Garchomp is full, and then my Garchomp goes clear you, clear you. Yeah, they're checkmated. Oh, no. Oh, no. We want a match. Oh, no. We want a match with Garchomp. Oh, well. This is unexpected, to say the least. Okay, I'll throw the deck list on screen. I need to run to the restroom. That was a long round. We played 3 games, and they were close, long games. So I need to run to the bathroom. We need to run some adverts. We'll probably be back with round 2 real soon. I don't know that we'll have a time to play a viewer deck in between. You're enjoying the tournament games on the YouTube side. Don't forget to tap the like button on the live stream. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Oh, that was the journey, gamers. That was the journey. Bad energy variance, savage dexterity error while narrating came through. Think they should add a supporter for dragon types that helps them get their second energy. Here's hoping. I assume a card that fixes your energy types is a when, not if type thing. I assume we'll get it eventually. All right, apologies for the space heater noise for a little bit, but I need to warm up my basement. Okay, there's still 5 minutes left in the round, actually, so we're gonna play a non-tournament game with the viewer deck on the in-between here. So we got some of those to get through when our rounds have enough time. Classic Weezing deck experience. Have my Weezing have first energy advantage instead of first evolution advantage. That's fine. We can divide and conquer with the coughing here at least. We just set out Empoleon. I'd be pretty surprised if Empoleon was a playable Pokemon Pocket card. We'll probably get around to it eventually, but I'm spending more time working on things that are potentially worth playing rather than that. Yeah, I think you Division and then Pokeball the next turn. Down she goes. We should go ahead and move to the next game. I don't know. I don't think we're 0%. You think we're 0%? I know the Misty got him a free knockout point, but I feel like we're not 0% here. Because Coughing was able to divide. I don't play the game. We probably don't have time for another game in between. I think we got a real shot here. Yeah, and Articuno would have won the game on the spot there because it would have hit us for 80 a bunch, but... Leaf or X-Speed would be bad for us next turn. I don't think I play around Leaf or X-Speed. I think we're just far enough behind that I have to hope they don't have those. Is the opponent's core real? Starmie, Palkia, Articuno. Yeah, I assume it's playing Manaphy as well. The Manaphy decks have put up some results in like a couple of different forms. The Manaphy, Palkia, Mythical Island, Vaporeon is the best performing one by a good margin, but few different Manaphy decks have had success. When was the last time you played a game with as big as an online tournament community as Pokemon Pocket? Never. The grassroots tournament scene around Pokemon Pocket is something I've literally never experienced in a game before. Digital or otherwise, honestly. It's It's kind of crazy. Poker Face, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. What's the best deck in the format in your opinion? I don't think we have a clear answer to that. I'm going to do an updated best decks tier list next week once we have a second weekend of data. But you really need to have, like, we had a breakout weekend for Magnezone Darkrai, and now we need a second weekend of big tournaments to see, okay, is there things the metagame can do to adjust around this, or is it just tier 0? And if there's things that adjust around it, then we'll have some ebb and flow, and we'll have some A-tier decks, the Darkrai, Magnezone, and other things that can keep up with it. All right, looks like our last match is done. We should have our next round up here shortly. Yeah, I've been really impressed with it. Darkrai Magnezone is the front runner, but it's unclear if it's where it's at compared to everything else. Yeah, for reference to the deck we played against in the first round of this tournament. What was it? The Magnezone fighting deck we beat round 1 of this tournament has actually been putting up really good results, and it's won a couple of the smaller tournaments after the Darkrai Magnezone took over the weekend. So it looks like Magnezone in general is going to be a force to be reckoned with, but it's still, I think, murky / unclear what's going to be the best way to build and play that card. Oh, you know, while we're sitting here waiting, we could take a look at the metagame of the tournament we're playing in. We got 256 people. There's Darkrai Magnezone, a little over 10%, and Darkrai Greninja as the next, and then that Magnezone Hitmonlee as the third most played here. All right, we got an opponent here, it looks like. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're playing against Venusaur. That's probably not good for my little hitters. They're playing Venusaur with 2 Shaman as their other Pokemon. Venusaur is good into Darkrai and not good into a lot of the bigger hitters, is kind of how it sits. But yeah, it devours Darkrai. For sure. Should be a hype match. I mean, are games where one person stalls a bunch really hype? It is noteworthy that I've got a bunch of stage 2s that don't die in one to Venusaur at least, so we've got that going for us. As always, behave while I'm playing the tournament round or the mods will bonk you. I'm going to try and focus up a little bit. First energy advantage. Well, I guess we don't mind having first energy advantage when we have, if there's a water energy under here, we curve right out to Greninja very aggressively here. We have one of our full evolution lines. First evolution advantage is not bad. I think I probably want two for this might actually be a match where we don't play the Mars Shadow and we try and go for all four stage 2s. But as is often the case with this deck, a lot of our early stuff is going to come down to, did we hit the 50-50 on our other energy? We did. Okay. That's a big deal. We need an aggressive start here for sure. Them not putting the first energy on Bulbasaur probably bodes well for us also. They have 1 Rocky helmet, 2 potions, no capes is noteworthy here. I don't have anything to discard yet, so there's no reason to play the Chomp out, I don't think. This is the kind of start we need to win this game. We need to aggressively run them down. They need Ivysaur this turn. Doesn't matter. Yeah, no Ivysaur, we're done. I'm gonna dig for Cynthia and my other Greninja line. We'll need a fighting energy at some point. I guess they could I guess because I missed the fighting energy underneath this, they could have Ivysaur next turn and still survive so long as they have some healing. Like, it's pretty likely they have healing, right? Like, they have 2 Ericas and 2 potions. So if they hit Ivysaur next turn and then they have Venusaur after that, we could still be in trouble. Cynthia gives Garchomp plus 50 damage for a turn. So it lets us get 170 in one go, potentially. That's a lot of looks. Oh, they can't Erica now, though, yeah? So they need potion. They need potion Ivysaur. Second potion Ivysaur. They use the first potion aggressively. They could have a second here. They do not. Yep. Okay. That's the start we need. Let's see if we can do it again. If you're just joining us, you haven't watched a tournament before. Tournament rounds are best of 3. So we need to try and repeat that one more time here in the next 2 games. First evolution advantage. Can it all come together again? Do I lead Frog or do I lead Gibble? I think I lead Frog. I don't have evolutions for either of them to start. I have a water guaranteed. Well, a Pokeball to start, because I'm looking for stage 1s and stage 2s, so I want to thin out the other basics first. They have Cyrus, but they don't have... They have Cyrus in their deck, but they don't have Sabrina, so I can play these out and not worry about getting tempoed. I'm not going to play this last Gible out, because this last Gible could turn into something with Pokemon communication. Our opponent notably has no copies of X-Speed. It's their one Rocky Helmet, yep. Two Greninjas, a Research. Yep, there's the Erica. If they just have Plant Daddy on curve, they're gonna beat our Frogadier on our Greninja on curve. That's a fighting energy. If this hits either of our stage 2s, we could be in an okay spot. For those of you that are wondering why I'm not narrating, you're just listening at home, I'm just like paused in disbelief for a moment. They're already through an Erica. Am I supposed to bin this Frogadier? What am I even looking for if I bin the Frogadier? I think I need to build another Greninja. So we're definitely retreating. I think we just Cynthia up front. Chop, we do 170 here. I do not have a second Cynthia in my deck. There's not room. They need a potion. This only gets them to 120. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So the Froakie here means I could hit them down to this And then with the energy on here, we put the Froakie up. They clear this. Marshadow clears this. I needed the basic. Our opponent has 2 copies of Cyrus in their deck. You know? I was supposed to... I messed up. I was supposed to give up the Greninja on this knockout. Yeah. Yeah, I was supposed to give up the Greninja on the knockout. If I would have given up the Greninja on the knockout, I could have evolved this other one to Frogadair. And I'd be in a better spot right now. If I lose this game, it's because I made that mistake. Well, if we lose it to a Cyrus. And also, I'd also just be in a better spot. No, I'm gonna lose even without the Cyrus, right? Because of this Bulbasaur? If I'd have had a healthy thing on my bench, yeah, I'm actually just dead. Yeah, I'm actually just going to lose to the second Bulbasaur because of the Shaman healing. If I'd have had a second Greninja building up here, I would have been able to switch this out. And then that line still would have lost to Cyrus because I would have to switch this out. But I would have... Oh, we would have missed on the energy here. So maybe we were dead either way. I think we're dead, yeah? Really close game. We needed them to not have the double Erica potion with the double Shaman. Yeah, I think we're just dead. GG so far. Yeah, interesting game for sure. I definitely did not make the right line. I think we lose anyways because of my energy variance, but I didn't play to the outs. Yeah, I think this matchup's very bad for us if their draw comes together. I think we had a lot go right that game, but it still wasn't enough for us. All right, let's see if we can get him in the next one. One of the reasons why I wanted to play this deck in a tournament is because when we played it last week and we recorded a highlight with it, it had some of the most interesting games of Pokemon Pocket I've played. There's so many lines. I'm really glad the Venusaur deck is bad against in general. I think if the Venusaur deck is good, it would make for a really frustrating metagame. But the stats around all the Venusaur decks have been really mid so far. First energy advantage without starting Gible is bad. Gible, if you have Gible into Gabite, you go 20 into 60 and it's pretty solid, but with this lead, it's not great for us. Yeah, I don't think my opponent could have asked for a better draw in that last game. In addition to having all their healing, they also had Rocky Helmet. And if they hadn't had the Rocky Helmet on top of it all, they wouldn't have been able to clear our stuff. I definitely putting an energy here. I think I'm putting this out too, just because with the other professor's research, we could end up going up to this. I'm actually not sure the way this plays out, if I want Marshadow or if I want 2 Garchomps potentially on my bench, given the option. They didn't have a Bulbasaur last turn, but that's 66% to be one on this draw. Wait, they had... Oh, they must have had the Shaman last turn, and then top pick the Bulbasaur. That tracks. Okay. Okay, fast Greninja with energy to attack. That's what we're looking for. Can I find a Gibble? Sure can. And now I have to make a decision. Do I put a fighting energy on here and potentially never find a stage 1 or another water energy? Or do I play the Marshadow out and attach to it? I think I hedge finding the Chomp. I don't think we're supposed to play around the super low roll. There's 2 Gabites and 2 communication and 8 cards here. About 50% to find our thing. Our line to win has to involve a Chomp. Yeah, probably. Really needed my stage 1 this turn. Maybe they'll brick out Venusaur for a turn or two. Man. It's frustrating and disappointing. %66% to find my stage 1. Is this guaranteed? No, this is only 66% to be it, yeah? This could be a Frogadair. Oh, it could be. It's only 50%. There's a Greninja in my deck still, too, yeah? Oh, I need to hit this coin flip. Okay. Coin flipped. If they Cyrus next turn, they're not Erica-ing. Am I supposed to give this up? Maybe I'm supposed to give this one up, actually. Nah, I think I'm just supposed to build to the maximum number of things that can survive the Venusaur hit. No Rocky Helmet's a big deal. Yeah, maybe I should have just done 60 to him. Maybe I should have just done 60 to him. Would that have mattered? It would be 30 lower? I don't think that would have mattered. I think I need to start working up towards Greninja. Yeah, so I had to give up this other Garchomp dream. It's 50% to be Frogadier. Oh, I forgot I had a Gambite in there still. Oh, that's awkward. Is there any reason to Cynthia this turn? I don't think they have anything that punishes me waiting. And they might make a mistake not playing around it. I'm out of supporters. There's no supporters left in my deck. Maybe they don't have one of their two Ericas in their first 15 cards. Maybe they don't have both their Ericas in their first 15 cards. I need my Frogadier to not be my literal bottom card. Okay, cool. I do 240 over 2 turns. I'm beating an Erica. And they didn't have Erica last turn? No, they go to 250 with the Shaman. Right? If I retreat to the Greninja, I buy a turn. And that turn's worthwhile, I think. No. No. They have 2 Cyrus in their deck. They have 2 Cyrus. I'm gonna make them top deck the Erica. They have 2 Cyrus. We know they didn't have the Erica. They're gonna have to top deck there. They could be sitting on the Cyrus. The Giant Bloom doesn't matter. It's do they have Erica that matters. They top deck the Erica, so we die. I don't know. That matchup seems really bad for us, and they had it all to the 2 games they lost, so we got really, really close here at the end. I don't have any bursts left, yeah. Was 10 point shorts both times. Venusaur struggles against all of the decks that aren't Darkrai. I'm not even convinced it's necessarily insane against Darkrai, because Magnezone can get you. Part of their problem is inconsistency. Yeah, it loses to Charizard, has a bad time against Gyarados too. Man. I think I'm really happy with my play in all 3 of those games. We had a lot of little choices. And I think I'm happy with all of them. The only choice I can make at the end there, I'm just gonna go ahead and keep banning people that tell me I need to play a second Cynthia. You are unreasonable human beings that don't understand how to build decks. Sorry, that's ruder than I intended it to. The number 1 mistake novice deck builders make is making knee-jerk reactions and changing their deck every single time they lose a matchup that's polarized against them. If absolutely anything, how razor close those games were, despite everything coming together for my opponent, kind of makes me think my deck is definitely fine, right? Like, it's super nonsense to be like, Jeff, the Venusaur matchup. Would you have won the game if you got in for 60 with the Greninja that one turn? Yes? Yes, that's the mistake, Bob. I failed to play around Cyrus. I retreated the Greninja instead of playing around Cyrus. And if I would have attacked with the Greninja, playing around Cyrus, I would have won that game. I think so. Let's go back and count it. We ended up 10 points short at the end there. Yeah, we ended up 10 points short. I'm pretty sure I ought to go back and check the YouTube stream real quick, but I'm pretty sure the way the breakpoints end up there. That's one of those things where, like, the play patterns of playing around Cyrus. Would they have healed 30? I actually don't know. I think they went up. I think they already had damage on them. Is the thing. So I think they would have been 30 less. So that's the moment. Need to go right back to what their health was before this. Yeah, so they're at 1. Hold on, sorry. Let me change my scene. So they're at 170. Had they used the Shaman yet? Let me rewind to the start of the turn. Yeah, they were at 170 with the Shaman. So they would have been at 110. No, wait, they haven't attached the energy. So they would have been at 110, and then they would have been at 140. Oh gosh, yeah. If I'd have put the 60 into them, they would have gotten cleared by Chomp plus Cynthia the following turn if they didn't have Potion, right? They would have needed the Potion. And even if they had the Potion at that point, even if they had the Potion at this point, the Garchomp probably runs them down the following turn. Yeah, and I had a match point already. I can move my... I had a match point already because we cleared a Shaman earlier. They could have also used an Erica instead of a Cyrus. Yes, so it's not a guarantee. They could have also had Erica instead of Cyrus, but they ended up using that. So the thing is, the way the game played out, they ended up using that Erica either way, but we would have had this. So the end state of this game was that we could get their Venusaur to 10, and I skipped 60 points of damage this turn. 40 points of damage. How much should I skip? They healed... I skip damage this turn. It's all... I don't know exactly. I think it's not quite 60 because they technically healed. They over healed here. But I missed some amounts of points of damage from this turn. And they ended on 10. Oh, it was the second Venu that ended on 10. Oh, you're right. Maybe it doesn't matter. God, games are so hard. I think this was the wrong choice either way. Oh, I'm gonna watch this at 2x speed and see. I don't remember where this Venusaur ended up at. But even pressuring this one sooner this one would have been less developed, yeah? I don't know. I've got a second here. I'm gonna watch this and think about it. Either way, I am confident I should have played around Cyrus by staying in. And that's a skill / thing I need to get used to with Cyrus in the metagame. Like, there's a lot of people have been complaining about Cyrus because they don't want to play around it. That's a good way to stay bad. The thing you need to do is adjust how you play and how you build your decks to beat it in the matchups where you can. I agree, Lord Bonk. I wanted to play this in the tournament today because it feels like the moving parts are here when they come together. It feels like we're doing something reasonable. Where do we end up at? Yeah, here's the Venusaur at 30. And I think that Garchomp attack, that Greninja attack missed 30. Which means they would have had to... So we still wouldn't have killed this, but they would have been forced to retreat it sooner, which means they don't get a hit on here, and this isn't ready to heal. We missed 50, whatever, however much we missed. We missed at least 30. Yeah. So the game, it's not as simple to say we take that attack and we kill this Venusaur the way the game played out. But I think with how the game plays, if I play around the Cyrus and just get my damage when I could have gotten my damage, the whole dynamic of the game shifts enough that we end up clearing them down. And that is a good, going back to the, oh, Jeff, you need a Cyrus for this matchup. That, like, how many Venusaurs are in the tournament we're playing today? How many Venusaurs? It's the only one. There is one Venusaur player in 256 competitors in this tournament. One singular person has chosen to register Venusaur. So no, absolutely. You know what? If you told me, Jeff, you're going to play against Venusaur in a third of your matches or half your matches, maybe at a third. Maybe at a third of your matches you put the second Cynthia in. Maybe. Probably not. But no. Past that, you really got to focus on the fact that we threw to lose that, right? Like, yes, I could make a bad deck building decision to metagame the one Venusaur in 256 people, or I could have just played better. So which of those makes more sense? Like, I guess I'm not going to spoil it. I'll leave it as an exercise to you all, but yeah. Gosh. This deck generates such sweet games of Pokemon Pocket. All right. That was a long round again, especially with the reflecting and getting better is hard. Changing your deck because you lost to a matchup where you made a mistake is easy. You're cracked 6. Thank you for that brand new Prime. All right, have an advert. Look at my beautiful deck that makes my brain hurt. I'm going to run to the bathroom. We'll have a round 3 here momentarily, I'd wager. If you're enjoying the analytical gameplay on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap that like button. We're over 1,000 viewers. I bet we can get to 1,000 likes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Are you ready to stand for the next round? My legs are getting cramped. Throw the heater on for a minute. Is cold in the Midwest. Watching those games play out, I think if you clear Shaman out, the matchup could even be favorable. Yeah, I think so, Bob. I think not playing around Cyrus is a big thing that I messed up. If I take my damage where I can get it and play around Cyrus, I think we're probably okay. We both depend on getting a stage 2, and I have 2 stage 2s while they only have 1. If I get either of mine early, we probably run them down. What other Garchomp decks? This is actually the only Garchomp deck we've tried. I imagine the other place you could play Garchomp is in the Fighting Box package, like Hitmonlee, Marshadow, Farfetch'd, but I'm skeptical that's better than the other Fighting Box builds. I like that this deck, because it's playing Greninja, really gets to get value out of the Reckless Shearing. Because that way, if you get Garchomp first, it helps you assemble Greninja. Yeah, I'd be surprised if Garchomp Fighting Box is better than Magnezone. Like, not having, not having fighting energy guaranteed early and stuff. It's incredible to me that we could have that whole discussion we just had, and there's still another person telling me to put a second Cynthia in my deck. Seriously, gamers, seek help. That match was so sweet, I just cashed $300 out of Moto to put towards pocket. Yeah. These single knockout point decks, Bob, are some of the most interesting. Our opponent this round is also cooking. They are playing 8 Singleton Pokemon, 1 Yanmega, 1 Yanma, 1 Meltan, 1 Melmetal, 1 Burmy, 1 Wormdan, 1 Dialga, 1 Tauros. And their spread of traders is also equally wide. They have a Cyrus, a Dawn, an Erica, a Sabrina, a Potion, and a Cape. They do have 2 Rocky helmets. They are hot singleton, except for 2 Research, 2 Pokeball, 2 Rocky helmets. None of my stage 2 basics, no Pokeball, no research is a little unfortunate to start. Hello, Variance, my old friend. How it sucks to meet with you again. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right, come on, give me some basics. I am going to communicate before I Pokeball, because I would like to communicate into one of my basics and Pokeball into the other. Not quite what I was looking for. If there is a fighting energy under here, we might actually be in trouble to this Yanmega. I need a fast Garchomp to keep up with this. And we don't have that. And I need a fast Garchomp, or I need like a fast Greninja. They're gonna start pumping out some damage here. If there's a fighting energy under here and they don't have their one of Erica, we might be okay. Oh, man. Is that all she wrote? I think we might actually just be... Oh, I wonder if they're playing just all their full art cards. Is why they have a bunch of singletons. I actually don't think we can beat them just air slashing us a bunch with the way this start is. What's my line? My line is assemble Garchomp, so I need to do this and look for Gible. Alright. Well, thankfully they only have one Yanma and one Yanmega, so hopefully that won't happen again. Or if it does, our draw will be better. Yeah, a little bit of energy variance, a little bit of draw variance on both sides. That wasn't remotely just energy variance. Not all your games are interesting with this deck. Thank you, gamer. Appreciate the constructed value-added comment in my chat. Alright, we have first energy advantage, which is probably good against their lead Dialga. Says Pokeball first, then research angle, I would assume. Opponent has assembled all of their scaries. Well, they've assembled half of their scaries, I suppose. I think I want to just prioritize giving this energy that Garchomp needs to attack. If we top deck Garchomp, Cynthia clears the Dialga next turn. Two Chomps, 2 Communications, 10 cards. This is 30 more for each heads, yep. I think I start hitting Meltan. I can't just put up Gabite and attack them because there's one copy of Dawn in their deck. And if they clear the Gabite with Dawn, I lose the game on the spot. I don't know if I'm prepared for this to flip double heads and kill my Gabite next turn. Here's hoping we just top deck Garchomp. 4 out of 9 loosely to get Garchomp if we count Pokemon Communications. We also have a research in our deck. Perfection. I'm gonna bin this Gabite to start digging for another basic here. And then with the Cynthia, I think we're probably done here. I think it's an interesting bit of cognitive dissonance to have a new follower come into chat and say no one's watching you while there's 2,600 people currently watching us. I think that's one of my least favorite parts about the 2025 timeline is everyone's ability to just ignore reality and substitute their own. Truly the worst part of dealing with human beings. All right, we stumbled a little bit there, didn't have our evolutions right on time. We were able to maneuver around. Go into a third game here. If you haven't seen this Garchomp deck before, I posted a highlight with it on Saturday. We played it last week. I don't think it's in any danger of being the best deck in the format by any means, but I think it's really sweet. If you enjoy playing interesting games of Pokemon Pocket that have lots of decision points, I think this deck is a great choice. Burst energy advantage here is good for us. If we have fighting energy and find our Gabite, we'll be in a real good spot. There's their 2 copies of Rocky Helmet. That's a fighting energy. Is there any combination of cards they have that punish me for not playing a basic this turn? I don't think so. There's no Geo. There's no X-Speed. There's no Leaf. They actually can't attack me for damage next turn. Fact check. Correct. Again, if you're new to tournaments, deck lists are open. So I get to know here with certainty what's going on. Two Gabites, 2 Pokemon Communication, 1 Research, 12 cards, and a Dream. I think I play this out now because there's a chance that we won't be evolving this one. If they don't have Melmetal next turn, my Marshadow clears the Meltan. They don't have another potion. Please attack. Oh, they're retreating. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, that's scary. I wish I knew what my next energy was. I wish I knew what my next energy was. They do have 1 copy of Sabrina, which could be their pause here. They could be debating Sabrina-ing up the other Gibble. They have 1 Sabrina, 1 Cyrus. They also have one Erica, which could throw us for a loop with the Yanmega too. I think that's checkmate, yeah? They could make a mistake in Cyrus the Gibble, but because this isn't a fighting energy, I can't top deck Gabite and attack them if they have, if they just kill the Marshadow. And even if I did, they could have Erica. We need to, like, make a mistake like Cyrus the Gibble. Oh, they have the Erica anyways. Yeah. GG. That's just how games of Pokemon Pocket go sometimes. Sometimes they're just gonna have no agency and just die. It's unfortunate when it happens, but that kind of happens in any deck. Opponent had their one Yanma and one Yanmega. It's unfortunate that we made a mistake in the Venusaur matchup and got queued into them. Yeah, it was 2 out of the 3 games we full bricked off. That's just how it be. All right. I got the Garchomp out of my system, right? I think we're dead at X1. I'm pretty sure this is X1 top cut. 7 round, 16 players advance. I assume that means we're dead. I'm going to run the Swiss triangle math real quick. Yep, with 256 players, there will be 14 people at 6-1 after 7 rounds, so we can drop. I don't think there are cards in the current card pool that you could change in this deck to make it better. Your slots are kind of all spoken for, basically. The kind of only thing you could experiment with while keeping true to the core is like playing 1, and 1 on one of your stage 2s. You absolutely should not play 2 Cynthia. 0%. I'm gonna continue fragging people saying that. Gofu, thank you for watching so much over the last year and more. Let's make sure our trickle-down economy stays in action. Next shillionaire. I'll have to spend 1 less now. Oh, you know what, chat? I forgot. You know what we're gonna do while we're looking at this? Our ad break this hour is what we're gonna watch together. This is an advert for Mythic Quest, an original on Apple TV. Looks pretty good. Just make sure the audio works. Oh, audio does not work yet. Hold, please. My tab is muted.
Hey, I had the craziest dream last night.
It's still last night.
In the past few years, we've had some highs here at Mythic Quest. Like the wild success of our own Dana Bryant.
Cute girl genius, y'all.
Don't count your chickens before the slaughter.
That is not the same.
That's how I say it.
I do it biggie like that. It's Dana this, Dana that. Everything's Dana, Dana, Dana.
Brady Bunch reference?
Yes, yes.
Just take all the time in the world to, you know, noodle.
We're gonna deliver on time, and he's gonna rue the day that he gave us the exact working conditions we've been asking for the last 15 to 20 years. Bobby's got a boyfriend.
Is that why she's been doing all this obnoxious double entendres?
Let's just get started.
I can grind all night.
Okay.
I welcome the robots.
How can I inspire you today? What difference does it make if the AI is ready? Just pull up the notes. I don't do notes.
Playpen users are making sex games. We can't have kids see these.
David, kids make these.
David Brittlesby?
Hi.
You've been served.
I have to appear in front of Congress.
What exactly is the good in profiting off of children?
I do not recall.
I need to crank up the intensity.
Crank up, you say?
Doesn't do anything half-assed. Whoa, what is happening?
I'm totally and completely naked, David.
I can see that. Why?
That's the voice actress for Aloy. Which one's the voice actress for Aloy, Menace? Which one? Ashley Birch? The one at the hearing. Oh, the one that said, I don't recall. This one?
Off of children?
Her? The salt and pepper hair. This scene is probably like the most onto the nose from the clips from here as far as like tech, making fun of tech stuff goes. Art mirrors reality in the best and worst possible ways. Let's let this finish out at the end here. It's on Apple TV Plus. I feel like they're one of the few streaming services I don't have, but I feel like between this and Ted Lasso, and there's one other one we were talking about last time we played. I think it was called Shrinking. Someone else was it looks like they have some of the better range of original programming these days. Severance. I watched season 1 of Severance on someone else's. I was on an airplane. I think I was on an airplane. I didn't have the subscription for it, but it was up on a place I was browsing. Maybe I was at a hotel. I was at Apple TV included somewhere I was, and I watched the first season. But the second one people have been raved about too. As opposed to like a lot of the other streaming platforms, it feels like they have a lot more misses than hits. All right, just to close out of the Garchomp deck, because we scrubbed the tournament as I was expecting to, even if the games were really interesting and long. Just to highlight kind of a deck building thing. People are like, okay, Jeff, well, why not play 2 Cynthia? So, Cynthia, there's 2 reasons to not play 2 Cynthia. Maybe there's even 3 or 4. Cynthia as a card is only good when you have Garchomp. And even then, she's only good when you have Garchomp and you have energy to attack with it. And past that, a lot of the time, you don't need 2 Cynthias to win the game. Clearing one big thing with your Chomp is going to be enough a lot of the time, especially in tandem with Greninja providing support from the backline. The other thing is, Garchomp's Pokemon ability, Reckless Shearing, lets you see more cards out of your deck every single turn. Which means when you have your Garchomp online, you are way more likely to find your 1 copy of Cynthia. So, literally, the only games where the second Cynthia is going to be relevant are the really handful of games where you need multiple big bursts for whatever. And generally speaking, you don't need that to win with this deck. Having 1 to threaten to jump up occasionally is really solid, but there really aren't a bunch of decks in the format where you're going to need that many things. Any thoughts on Luxray Pikachu? You mean like Pikachu EX? I would assume Pikachu EX can't afford to play a stage 2 and still play enough basics to attack consistently. I also think Pikachu EX is a good bit worse in a post-Cyrus world because you can't retreat it to safety anymore. So here's an interesting deck building theory thing on 2 stage 2s. Because this is what someone in chat said gets said a lot, but I don't actually think it's true. Is 2 stage 2s too much variance? So the downside to 2 stage 2s isn't too much variance. The downside to 2 stage 2s is not having enough deck slots. So, yes, a stage 2 is inconsistent but powerful, but having 2 stage 2s means the odds of you assembling at least one powerful stage 2 per game is much higher. And then once you assemble your first one, it often buys you time to bridge into the second one. And again, I'm not gonna try and sell you on this deck is amazing or it's top tier or it's ever gonna dominate the metagame. Stage 2s can be inconsistent, 2-color energies inconsistent. We're mixing them well for the sake of playing cards I enjoy and generating interesting games. But I think most of the other ways you could build Garchomp, you're just kind of building strictly worse versions of other things. Like, sure, a more powerful deck is probably like Farfetch'd Hitmonlee Marshadow with Garchomp. But also, like, that deck's certainly better without Garchomp and 1 color of energy, right? You don't run Cyrus, though, so they're just going to tank a hit and then retreat. We have Greninja to kill things on their bench. Do you think Pokemon communication helps low quantity Pokemon decks? The opposite. Playing Pokemon communication means you need more Pokemon in your deck, so that way you have things to meaningfully trade out with them. My general rule of thumb is that if I'm playing Pokemon communication, I want at least 8 Pokemon in my deck, and if I'm playing 2 communications, usually I want 10 Pokemon in my deck. When I played 2 communications with 8 and 9, I feel like they get caught in my hand without things to put back too often. All right, let's play some of the Scorpion deck that we had as a viewer submission. We only played a couple of games with it. Let's give it a set, and then we'll slide along. We had a couple more viewer build arounds to do today. What are your thoughts on Regigiga? It's probably not a playable card. Retreat 4 is impossible. I like how I can, like, fully articulate myself and talk about how having 2 stage 2s actually increases the likelihood of you having one of your powerful things together, and so we'll just be verbatim like it's less consistent. It's like, no, it's less deck slots. It's more consistent getting a stage 2. Silly gamers. We'll see how they start here, but this might be an angle where we just let this die up front and then power up this in the back. And if they don't kill it, we could top deck Leaf to pivot it out. I have not gotten any of the EXs out of the solo event right now. I think I'll have 5 energy charged up again for tonight, though, and I'll give it a go then. I'm not really concerned about it, though. That card's not playable. I'd be really surprised, Dylan, if they added a card to this game that made it so you got to explicitly pick which energy is going to be on top of your deck. Because in general, with designs like Pokemon Communication and Pokeball, they seem to prioritize making the interfaces a little bit more smooth than that. I don't know, maybe they'd surprise me. Can anybody trade you a Garchomp? 1, please don't make trade requests in chat. 2, no, nobody can trade you a Garchomp. You can't trade the new set. Are they Gyarados Greninja here, maybe? Assuredly, we find one of our 2 Leafs next turn, yes. Alright, let's evolve to Greninja. And clear this out so we can get up and attack. I think making the energy alternate every single turn would make 2-color decks too consistent and powerful. I would be very surprised if they ever implemented that. I also, again, chat, I would like to move away. It's one of the my least favorite things about talking about 2-color decks is I would prefer if we don't talk about things they could change, because they're not going to change any of the core systems of this game. It's just not happening. It's one of those discussions that's kind of just a waste of everybody's breath. I think it's only a matter of time until they eventually add a card to the game that impacts the energy zone on top, but I don't think they're going to change the core game rules at all. We'll get a supporter or a trainer or a tool at some point that makes it work. Hey, Sig, thanks for the 20 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. That's true. Porygon Z screws with your opponents, so we know they're open to that kind of design space. Frankly, Pokemon communication shows they're a lot better at design jobs than most of chat would be. Absolutely. Could not agree more. All of the countless people who asked for rare candy and made me cringe. So I'm so glad the designers, not shockingly, the designers came up with a better design than rare candy to make 2-color decks more, or stage 2 decks more consistent. So even if I put a cape on the Drapion, they get to kill it next turn. But the problem here is I'm not killing the Drudigon, and they're gonna get to retreat it. But I wanna save this to hit this, I think. I think I just don't attack here, yeah? And then next turn I can tackle to clear it, because if they retreat, I don't really want a cape. I think it's unlikely they have Giovanni, so I just energy and pass. And then if they want this to not die, they still have to retreat at this turn, but I don't take 20. I want variety to official game modes where certain cards are banned like no supporters. I think that's incredibly unlikely to be ever something they do. What's the best water Pokemon to pair with Greninja? Gyarados. 100%. So our out to win here is 3 coins out of 4, right? Have you tried Greninja Darkrai? I don't usually play stock meta decks on this channel. Ursi Day, I think, would be my recommendation, or Kronos, as content creators who play the stock good decks quite well. Usually we try and color outside the lines at Hooglandia. Our poor little Scorpion tried. Hey, I hope you have fun, Jeremy. Let's try 1 or 2 more here, but I think my gut expectation that the poor little Scorpion's not particularly playable is accurate. If you're looking for a sweet off-meta dark deck, by the way, we posted a set with Honchkrow Arbok this morning, which I think I might try and make time to play that one in a tournament at some point. It felt really clean. I think Honchkrow in particular is pretty well positioned in all the Drudagon going around. What's this? 45 wins you speak of? Do you get something for winning 45 games every day? No. This isn't a heavy grind game, Alice. There's a PvP event going on right now for like the next 3 weeks, I think. How long is it? Is it 2 weeks or 3 weeks? Where if you get 45 wins over the time period, you get a cosmetic emblem. It's 3 weeks. Yeah, so you need 2 wins a day for 3 weeks, or you could do it all at once. And one of the incredibly stellar things about this game is that you don't even have to win it. The wins are only for a cosmetic item. If you just play and even lose 10 games over the next 3 weeks, you get 2 packs worth of hourglasses. So the items that give you collection progression are just participation, and the actually having to win is just a little emblem item for your profile. Which I think is I really love the way they've structured their PvP events in this game. It's so clean. It's so adult player friendly. Where like you have something you can work towards that's nominal, but also like it's not the end all be all. All right, our Scorpion against the world, gamers. I believe we're gonna take him down. Not all heroes wear capes, but this one certainly does. Uh-oh, if they have second Geo, we're dead next turn. JK, we're gonna flip 4 heads here. Oh, I drew a basic, I believe. You don't even get the poison when you low roll? It's such a big oof. Yeah, I agree. The 5 wins in a row are less great than the 45 ones. Noteworthy for people that don't keep up with data mines, because the next set is coming so soon, there's actually not going to be a win streak event this season. So, and I guess that's a good, I should talk about that at least once a day, I think. Because of Pokemon Day happening at the end of February, our next card packs are coming a little bit sooner than they otherwise would be. So the next new card release is data mine to be February 28th. With the noteworthy part being, the next set after that won't be for 8 weeks. So this next one comes a little bit soon, but then there's a longer break between this one and the next one. We're going first. Can I draw a Weezing for once in my life? I updated the stream title, Pat, and you might need to refresh. Is Garchomp dumpster tier? I think Garchomp's... I think I'm not entirely coping if I said Garchomp's a solid C, maybe C+. It's at least a tier and a half above... It's at least a tier and a half above Dragonite. I think you can play Garchomp and have fun, interesting games and still win a solid amount of them. Yeah, maybe even B-. I agree, Tron. Let's take a very giant shot in the dark called shot. Giratina EX is going to have a Pokemon ability that lets your dragon Pokemon use energy as though they're energy of any type. This has been your called shot with Jeff Hoagland. Clip it, and ship it. The Mew to the front of the class here implies to me that they might be on Budding Expeditioner. Seems a little not great otherwise. I guess they also just didn't have a great switch into the Togepi either, though. Speaking of new card packs and stuff, the Spraggle's Hoaglandia tournament was successful enough over the weekend that he and I will be running it back in March, shortly after the card pack's release. So if you're someone that would like to save the date, there's going to be his series. We're going to put the S in the series on the logo. March 8th, we're coming back. They have a Cynthia. All right, without a Cynthia here, the Weezing plus Cyrus actually just full solos them, huh? They are a lot of work, and I don't expect that they'll ever be a weekly or even a monthly thing. But I think aiming to do it like once per set release, I think is every 6 to 8 weeks or so as they space them. I think it's probably a reasonable goal so long as metrics are good and we have support for it. Oh yeah, and the Hoaglandia community has been community funding the prize pool. So we're still going to be seeking out sponsors and stuff too, but Hoaglandia's whales and community members, we're going to have, I currently have with Pannon's contribution there, $573.69. Nice for the prize pool. Although I suppose I need to minus PayPal fees out of there too. 69 cents going to last place. Will it be flat payout? I don't know what you mean by flat payout. Can you help me understand? Man, if he's such a scary dork. Less top heavy. Ideally, I would like to have prizes to give out to at least top 32 plus some door prizes. But yeah, the last one we only had cash to first and second because we only had $100 in cash. This is probably gonna be our last one with this deck. I just it's turn 2 and I feel like we can't win. I don't know how we ever beat a Palkia with Mana Fee powering it up. Mana free win. That's a good way to put it, yeah. And I feel like when we've played Mana Fee decks a couple of times on stream, and I feel like anytime you activate this card twice, you're hard pressed to lose. Ask Pokemon for coin codes for people. Hopefully that's something they'll be willing to do at some point. I assume based on the fact that McDonald's had codes that we're gonna add some more wide code support in general. So they actually just get to blast those 2 turns in a row, yeah? Alright. I got one of those McDonald's codes and my toddler got her first cards. Haley was so excited that she got physical Pokemon cards. I'll have to throw some packs inside of, I'll have to throw some packs inside of her next present she gets from something or other. Although I could also probably repack some of my bulk and just throw one shiny one in there. Are we at 45 yet? We're getting close, yeah? Or one win off of the top emblem and 6 wins off of the extra dust. Okay. What is our next viewer pile? Okay. So the next viewer pile is kind of a weird one. They asked for me to build a deck with 1 Pokemon from each of the 3 expansions in it. Which, I don't know. There's probably a reasonable deck out there that already does that, yeah? Well, Darkrai Magnezone wouldn't count because you've got... I assume they mean like a stage from each. Yeah, like a full line from each. Ooh, that's a good one. Far-fetched Aerodactyl Lucario. I've been meaning to play some Aerodactyl Lucario. I don't hate that. We'll do that. I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna call on that. Gets me a 2-fer. Kickmon Gamer. Aerodactyl. Get into it. I'll fill out some trainers from here. I think this is a Leaf plus 2x speed angle. It's definitely a double Cyrus angle. I need 2 fossils too. This leaves me 1 slot. How do you have flares on both your full arts with the most powerful card in mobile gaming? Your credit card. You too can have lots of flares and lots of full art cards. Oh, Cape's a good call. I like Cape. Rocky Helmet could also be good. I think I'll take a Cape. Oh, I don't hate the idea of a communication. Would I rather communication or would I rather Cape? I feel like communication's probably good in a Lucario deck, yeah? There's nothing I can really do about that, Take Magic. If people are having accessing the Twitch stream, they should watch on YouTube. Twitch has a lot of random encoding issues. Let's flare Riolu and Lucario real quick, because we're not a peasant. We'll spend down our... Actually, do I have enough? Maybe I am a peasant. Oh, I only have 10 of these. Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. We're a peasant, chat. We're a peasant. That's so sad. That's so sad. What a filthy casual you all are watching. I have 1 pretty Lucario, but I really don't like splitting my arts, so I think Oh man, the good one is buried. Do I want to destroy all these? I don't know that I want to destroy all these for flares, but I'm eventually gonna have 1 stars anyways. Because these will probably be good trade bait in the future. And by trade bait, I mean there will be people that come in that will want to play it, so I can help them by giving them a copy. All right, we are just gonna be a peasant, chat. There's no flares to be had. I apologize to everybody who's disappointed and whose day is ruined. It's understandable. I understand everybody who closes the stream. It's not a big deal. We live in shame. Magikarp! Kick the baby! Don't kick the baby. Lovely. Now the Magikarp is dead either way. Well, I guess they could evolve it, but if they evolve it with no energy, the Lucario is gonna crush it down before it matters. if you missed our tournament rounds with Garchomp, our record was not very successful, but the first and second rounds were genuinely some of the best Pokemon Pocket I've ever played in terms of quality of games. So if you like watching interesting games that they'll have things you can learn from in them, you should go back and check them out on the YouTube side. They're really good. I don't think I'll cut a highlight from them. I don't know there's a way I could frame it in an honest way to get clicks, so it's probably not worth cutting a highlight, but if you like just watching good games. Oh wow, yeah, the Twitch stream must be having issues. We just dropped off like 30% of our viewers there. That's unfortunate. What a lovely platform. Yeah, weird. My stats don't show anything missed. And we cleverly kept our copy of Leaf here. So we'll pull this out. Yeah, we definitely just kicked the baby at this point. And actually, I think with them burning a leaf already, I think we kick the baby carp here first. And then we start kicking this. I get my first point here. Oh, I had Cyrus. I'm gonna say, even when I think about Cyrus, I want to kick the carp, and then this gives me my last two. So, I would like the record to reflect I didn't think about the Cyrus, but even thinking about it, I think it's right to clear the carp first, given the option, so the Cyrus wins the game on the spot. Because if I Cyrus this turn, it gives him a window to evolve the Gyarados on the bench. So it's good to stop and think about it, but I think our play is correct even once I stop and think about it. Step into my office, Gyarados. We have a lot to discuss. Lucario would like to teach you a lesson. That was a clinical beating of the Gyarados deck. I'm curious to see how the metagame reacts around Gyarados and stuff this weekend, because Gyarados was having some decent stats after into Darkrai Magnezone, so I bet that deck's going to increase in popularity. Jeff, does viewing on YouTube or Twitch help you more as a content creator? It's about a wash. The platforms aren't always consistent in how much ad revenue they generate. Some months Twitch is better, some months YouTube is better. So whichever is more convenient for you as the viewer. Yeah, the Gyarados deck changed very little as well. My wife was previously a Pikachu EX1 trick, and she wanted a new deck for the PvP event. And I was looking through her collection, and she didn't have anything from the new cards to put together, so I was like, oh, you have Gyarados Greninja from last season? Let's just build that. I heard you say one sponsors care more about Twitch numbers. Is that still true? Some of them do, some of them don't. So that's coming around a little bit. Now, something that's fun here is that, in theory, we can mark some damage on this little baby and then drag it to the front of the class with Cyrus. And then Aerodactyl can make it not evolve. I gotta do 20 a turn to the Plantino. Obviously they have the Shaman, but I don't think I want to take 3 turns to kill Shaman. I'm really sad Pikachu EX isn't too viable anymore. So I really think Pikachu EX's viability long-term is going to depend on how the metagame ends up, right? Because if... what's the word I'm searching for? If Gyarados has a good matchup into the Darkrai stuff and Gyarados becomes popular, Pikachu is good into that. So we could have Pikachu have viability based on Gyarados becoming popular again. Like if the metagame stayed Cyrus heavy, Darkrai, Magnezone heavy, I would agree Pikachu's like DOA. But it's unclear that that's the metagame long term. I have to say, I don't know what they put in the water over there, but Mogwai viewers are definitely the people the most who come into my channel and try and attribute deck credit to him. No matter whether it's I'm playing or like my opponent's playing. Happens most frequently with his viewers. Gamers, I promise you, Mogwai is not the only person to figure out putting Shaman and Venusaur together. It's not really a complex, convoluted pairing. Sending him straight to the plagiarism police, yep. Alright, what do our breakpoints look like here? We could hook Mama Vinu up and crack them for 100, but then they're gonna hit us for 100 back. I don't know that we have enough to pound through here. It's possible I'm just supposed to kick this for one more turn, too. Yeah, between the Erica's the Shaman. This type of matchup's pretty impossible for our deck. The Venusaur deck continues to have just super polarized matchup tables. Some people act like deck building this game requires a PhD and their unique deck is their thesis. Yeah, I would actually go so far as to say I'm not sure there's been a single deck in Pokemon Pocket's short history that the developers didn't design. Like maybe this Magnezone Darkrai deck is the first one that's like thoroughly outside the lines that's really good. But I think a lot of... Yeah, but even the Darkrai Magnezone deck could have been one they had cooked up, because Magnezone is very clearly designed to be played without lightning energy in your energy zone. Yeah, I think they very explicitly designed Magnezone for 2-color decks. They explicitly made that a stage 2 everything could play. Yeah, I agree with that, Honey T. Someone in the community came up with it day one, which is even more reason to think the devs probably had it on their radar. Going second with the Lucario curve is pretty solid here. Gets crack up for 20 into 16. Is this deck you're playing right now a viewer deck or one of your decks? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. one of the things we do for viewer decks that we call build around submissions. So this was a viewer submitted concept that we put together the details on. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with Knife Blader on the Twitch side. I think they likely knew Magnezone Darkrai was going to exist because Magnezone's intended to be colorless by design, and Darkrai is supposed to absorb all the energy, so you want to pair it with something else that you don't need to put energy on. Agree, Holy. Any idea when we might get our first meta breakdown? It's really sad when I hear someone ask that question because the last meta breakdown was one of the worst performing ones I've posted. It really didn't, the algorithm was not kind to it, but there was a meta breakdown on Sunday. I literally stayed up almost all night after streaming for 10 hours to put together a meta report, and then YouTube just slaughtered it. It was so frustrating. I hate the algorithm on that platform so much. It just does not reward hard work in the slightest. With them bricking on their stage 1 here, this Lucario probably runs away with the game. I think it had like, I think it's currently sitting at like half the views of the last meta report after our last set release. You should be aware, if you're someone that likes my YouTube stuff, you should make sure to ring the bell on the channel, because my YouTube stuff really does not get promoted much in comparison to the other channels that the algorithm favors. Alright, I would like 1 fossil, please. We're probably in a decent spot regardless, but... well, I guess, are they geared up to kill this? If they have routes next turn, they can clear this out, which would not be great for me. I think I need to clear this before they find the other Lucario, though. Shorts don't really make any money, and they're very hit or miss on whether or not they actually grow your channel. In my experience exploring YouTube Shorts for other channels, they're usually not a good return on the investment. Not knocking Spraggles, but after watching the tournament on his channel, I noticed YouTube started to push a lot more of his content to me than yours. His channel is definitely one of the biggest winners of the YouTube algorithm for Pocket on the platform. Which I wonder if that ultimately hurt my stuff if I sent all my YouTube viewers over there, and now because that channel generally has more algorithm push, that would be a sad result of it, of that partnership. That would be truly unfortunate. Is Toxicroak possible to build around? I would be surprised if that card's good. It's kind of like bad Jolteon, because you got to have a full bench to... Yeah, I don't know. I don't spend too much time. YouTube's gonna do what it's gonna do. The channel does well enough. It'll be a-okay. There's a reason why I try to focus on being consistent with live streams and don't. I don't worry too much about YouTube. None of my channels have ever performed super well on YouTube. I guess the Snap stuff did at the start. The Snap stuff took off at the start of the Snap channel. When Snap released. That did well for me. Oh, well, that's... Can I ever win the game, or am I just dead? I can draw Aerodactyl and then X speed with Lucario and clear this in one. That's the line. Lumberry does not let Leafeon attack again. I would be surprised if Porygon Z was a playable card. This deck, by the way, has been putting up some solid results inside of tournaments. The Greninja Darkrai just like double sit behind the Drudagon. This deck is one of the reasons why I think Honchkrow is potentially solid. Lumineon's another card I want to get back around to exploring too eventually. Limitless does some automatic data grouping, but the way in which they group it isn't super useful, so my meta reports are manually farmed out. Okay, so Lucario plus Cyrus. Maybe there's a chance. We get to kick this, and then next turn, I can Cyrus this up and clear it with this. We definitely lost with Porygon Z for 20 minutes on stream the other day with a viewer deck. It was real scuffed. If they have a copy of Leaf here, we could be in trouble. But if they just keep sitting behind this, we're okay-ish. I'm gonna need an Aerodactyl at some point here. Come here, bud. Although I guess I just died of the Darkrai next turn. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Dub. Yeah, I'm definitely one of the most consistent people in this space when it comes to live streams. We show up better here 5 days a week, at least. If we find Aerodactyl and they don't have a Cyrus, we have a shot here. But we also need that second part to come true, yeah. Think they would ever balance or change cards. I'd be very surprised if they ever did live balance changes in this game. I've talked a lot about how I think Magnezone is the card I under-evaluated a bit because it's everywhere and it's obviously really strong. I think Lucario's the card I and most other people overshot the most. I think fighting decks are pretty good right now with like Hitmonlee stuff, but I've been pretty whelmed by specifically Lucario inside of them. And I don't know, maybe that's related to the fact that Hitmonlee is so strong in the metagame and Hitmonlee doesn't work with Lucario. I could see that. But every time we played Lucario, I've been like, this is kind of eh. What are your thoughts on Victory Bell? I think Victory Bell is kind of mid into Magda Zone, which is the card you usually want to pull up and kill first. I don't think it's remotely true that people aren't interested in the metagame. I just think it's probably true that, like, the amount of value they get from data-driven analysis versus just, like, someone just posting the deck list is about the same. It's probably accurate for better and worse. I think Lucario suffers a bit from its bonus, not meaningfully adjusting breakpoints on good fighting cards. Yeah, that's fair, Bardic. I think that's probably an astute observation. Because for what it's worth, my deck list roundups are some of my best performing videos. And like the meta report wasn't terrible compared to my other videos. It was just like down a good bit from what meta reports did in the previous formats. Like my meta report video right after Mythical Island release, that was the first video on my channel that got close to 100,000 views. I think it's the only video on the channel still that's gotten close to 100K. All right, we'll kick the baby. We'll Aerodactyl. And I think we set up second Lucario for next turn. I'm not anticipating playing Marvel Snap in the short term. I've been pretty happy just focusing on Pocket. I hadn't realized how much joy Marvel Snap's card release format was sucking out of the game for me until I played a game with a traditional card release again. It's really very dry that every time Marvel Snap releases a card, you play a bunch of mirror matches or people trying to hard counter your sweet new card. And the tech cards and counter cards in Snap are just so incredibly powerful and polarizing. It was like we were talking earlier about a lot of Pocket's deck building being a little bit more straightforward. And while I agree with that, having more straightforward deck building on 140 cards to figure out is still a lot bigger problem than having straightforward deck building on like 1 or 2 cards, right? Any updates on the Blastoise deck? So, I don't know if it's good or not, but I've been playing a bit of the Blastoise deck off stream, and I cut the 2 copies of Dawn not for Misty, but for Cape. And I've kind of been into it, but it's also probably just nonsense to play a water deck without Misty. If you're looking to try something, try the Blastoise list I posted with Capes instead of Misties, or Capes instead of Dawns. I think Garchomp feel. The Garchomp deck is one of my favorite decks I've played in Pokemon Pocket to date. It's also not very good. If you want to watch some sweet games, though, round 1 and round 2 of the tournament, we won 1, we lost 1, were some incredible games of Pokemon Pocket. Really interesting decisions and back and forth. Oh my goodness, I haven't been paying attention to my ad timer at all. It's actually about to auto roll. Let's tap that manually so it doesn't come up in the middle of a game. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We got more Pocket coming up yet today. If you watch it on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. For 100 likes off of 1,000 on the live stream today. Would be awesome if we could get there before we're done. Yeah, I agree. It's a little sad that Starmie is not good. It's one of my favorite cards. See, it's actually the opposite for me, Justin. I find Marvel Snap having all of my decisions culminate on the last turn of the game that usually involves getting blown out by a tech card really unsatisfying after experiencing it for 3 years. Whereas, like, in Pokemon Pocket, counter cards being like Mew or Tauros, where like you use them strategically and they build up over the course of the game instead of just surprise, you're dead, gamer, is a lot more satisfying. No, I'd be shocked if they ever did card adjustments in this game. I expect if they ever miss by a lot, they'll just ban stuff. I think Starmie is in a tough spot for the same reason Pikachu EX is in kind of a tough spot, which is Cyrus is really good against it because one of Starmie's strengths is being able to retreat to safety, and Cyrus makes it hard to retreat to safety. Yes, that's accurate, Kate. Tech cards in Snap have very little opportunity cost, and they let a lot of deck cards and games play out the same. Yep. Hey, Adviction, thank you for the 35 bucks. Speaking of Wonder Picks, let's check my Wonder Picks real quick. Still hunting for a couple of 1-star full arts. And who knows, maybe a 2-star will appear here at some point eventually, yes? Oh, yeah, another Spirit Tube. I would be really surprised if Toxicroak was good. Gosh, I think I'm like 3-25 on Wonder Picks this season now. Has your opinion meaningfully changed on Mythic Island Vaporeon and the Pokemon builds? I talked about that at length, McDonald, in the meta report this week. You can play Garchomp and a Hitmonlee. Yeah, I can see that. That seems fine. It gives you more room for utility cards. I have seen 3 2-stars in picks since the set release. I've seen 1, and I missed. You've seen 0, brutal. And I've been checking a lot recently. I saw 3 yesterday and got 2 of them. The variance on that is so brutal. I wish they'd show them to us more consistently. All right, Darkrai Magnezone. Can our Kickmon Lees make some work here is the question. This is guaranteed to be a baby Lucario. Let's go Amber. This other Hitmonlee is going to be communicating with the Pokemon gods, I think. Oh, opponent made a mistake. I didn't connect to me that lightning energy meant they messed up their energy zone. Looking for Aerodactyl here, which is relatively high probability, yeah? Obviously, we could swing it, we miss, but... Kick the baby here. Maybe it's intentional. They're also playing the Magnemite that needs lightning energy, so... Maybe this is a conscious decision. Because, yeah, they haven't hit fire or water yet, which could be variance, but... This could be an intentional choice here. If they don't have... actually, even if they have the evolution, Cyrus, Lucario, Riolu, means I clear this, yeah? Because of weakness. Okay, and even with this, they would have needed a cape to survive. This is weak to fighting. And this is, I think, one of the ways you attack this archetype is... tap the bench, Cyrus it up, and kind of break them up before they can get going. This does 40 plus 20 thanks to Lucario powering it up in the back here. If you have 4 different energy, how does the deck builder choose the 3? I believe at random. I believe it's random. All right, Riolu's gonna need to bail out here. I'm ready to start kicking this one. I need to save that energy is nice. Yes, you can only have 3 energy at a time in your energy zone is accurate. If they have a copy of Leaf, which they've not played any of yet, and they're almost assuredly playing 2, they can get this Darkrai up and get aggressive here, and that would be bad for me. Chowmass asks, do you think the mysterious choice is really random or is the card that comes fixed? So, for most people, the card that you get out of the Wonder Pick is random. But for you in particular, I reached out to the Pokemon Company and asked to make sure that yours was rigged, so. Everybody else, yes, definitely random. Yours, bad news. We are playing a second copy of Cyrus in this deck. So the plan here is to just like soften up this Darkrai in the back and then get to clean it out. Lovely. The law doesn't quite matter here. But it is a 100-point attacker, which is great. Meaning Cyrus is lethal at any point. Does it become fixed when you get it or when you click on the Wonder Pick? That distinction functionally does not matter. it's still 20% regardless of if it decides when you click into the Wonder Pick or when you click on a card. How do you feel about running decks with only 4 basics? I think it's still very wrong, despite people doing it in early tournaments every season. No, I think when we run back the Open Series, we'll probably do the same as last time, Willabog, and split it. My Twitch channel, Sprangle's YouTube channel. Maybe we should flip it back. I don't know. That's a good question. We hadn't talked about it. Apocalypse, thank you for the 30 months. Appreciate the 2.5 years. Yeah, it could be something to explore, flipping it. I don't know, it's probably worse for metrics, though. Because my Twitch is bigger than his, and his YouTube is bigger than mine. It's probably worse for numbers. Do I want to open Hitmonlee or Riolu? I think I opened Hitmonlee. It's close though. I don't have any bench Pokemon yet. Oh yeah, definitely want to open Hitmonlee into that. Sounds lovely. Oh, that's true. Twitch does support group streaming now. It could just run it on all 4. I forgot about that. I don't know if YouTube has a similar thing or not. But Twitch definitely supports grouping people up and adding the viewer count together. It could be a reasonable answer / direction for collab stuff. Have you played any Dialga Licky Licky? I would be surprised if that's good. Part of the problem with Dialga decks is they all just feel incredibly limp if you don't... The Dialga decks all feel incredibly limp if you don't have first energy advantage. Like you just like can't ever win a game when you go first. I like Farfetch in those more aggressive decks, Practical. I'm a big fan of them. If we find Lucario with this, we clear the Druddigon with Aerodactyl, which would be huge. That's probably just game winning on the spot, yeah? Oh yeah, and then the law means they can't evolve. Poor little Gibble. We're super done here. Aerodactyl definitely feels like the... Hey, we got an emblem. Aerodactyl definitely seems like the least bad way to pair up Lucario I've played so far. That makes sense. The Lucario deck that made a deep run in the Hoaglandia Sprinkles event was an Aerodactyl deck. Is there a max level on Pocket? Yeah, it's only 50. So I've been capped on level since before the first expansion released. It's kind of annoying that they haven't upped it. If you're spending even a little bit, you hit it really fast. How did Garchomp go? We died the following match to some really bad variants, unfortunately. The first two rounds were super interesting. The third one, not so much. I shouldn't have made a mistake in the second round. We'd have started 2-0 if we had played slightly better in that one spot. Failing to play around Cyrus. I might have playing those rounds with a Garchomp. I'm gonna play different decks. We're gonna play tournaments tomorrow and Friday too with something else, but Garchomp might get a run back next week. Yeah, I agree, CJ. I think we might give it another go round. Well, that's one of the best draws in our deck. This is one of the reasons why we play Leaf as well. Having the ability to retreat for free is so powerful. Wookie, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. What's the difference between Pokeball Research and Research Pokeball? Depends on if you want to draw more basic Pokemon or not. Yeah, I like Ms. Magius a lot. We might have a Ms. Magius run back later this week. Ms. Magius Yanmega configuration that I've enjoyed. Research and then Pokeball makes you more likely to draw basics, because it means there's more basics in your deck when you research. Whereas if you Pokeball first, you're less likely to draw basics, because you're pulling a basic out of your deck. I didn't play any Lucario Machamp on stream, but I don't think I have it on my list at the moment. Doesn't seem very good from a theory perspective. I'm actually really high on Gallade EX. I think my assessment during preview season was wrong, and I think Gallade's actually just much better than Machamp. Gallade being good when you have first energy advantage is so strong, and at stage 1 in basic, having your retreat cost of 1 is strong. Do you think low putty is good? I think low putty is better than it gets credit for and is worth exploring decks with. Hesitant to call a card that's seen 0 play so far good, but I think there's things that merit consideration with there. It's a nice combination of stuff for us here. Get to X speed this out and kick the baby in the back. You have Cyrus here to grab their Charizard up front, potentially out of sequence. You have Leaf here. Let us go ahead and get a retreated next turn without giving up an energy, which is nice. So we're gonna get 2 more kicks in on Charizard here, most likely. How does Lucario and Hitmonlee work together? They don't. Lucario in this deck powers up Lucario, and it powers up Aerodactyl. Oh my goodness, they don't have Charizard or a way to heal. To just full kick the baby here. Good night, Gamer. It's a shame we don't have our other basic to build to this one. Yeah, looks like the opponent is playing Charizard and Infernape. Feels a little ambitious. Fourteen Pokemon as ambitious. They aren't necessarily playing full copies of all the others, right? It's a world where they could be, I suppose, but I'd be surprised if they're on max copies. I go dig in here. Extra Hitmonlee here, I think, is actually good for us, because what we get to do now is I get to kick this back Moltres twice, and then we can drag it kicking and screaming to the front of the class, and Aerodactyl can finish it for our last 2 points. I think this is checkmate. They need to have, like, Kate plus Potion or Potion to not be dead. Are these communications feeling good with those stage 2? So for reference, in decks like this, I typically only play 1 communication. So we have a singleton copy of that here. But yeah, I think one of communication in these decks that really want a particular stage 1 tend to be solid. Aerodactyl, Lucario, like Mismagius, Starmie, all those, Executor, I think all of those cards really like one copy of it. Yes, 2 Lucarios gets you plus 40 on Aerodactyl. The ability does stack. Leo. These Hitmonlee decks love playing 2 copies of this card. It's so strong. Just come here, bud. Step into my office, will you? Thoughts on the deck so far? I actually kind of like this configuration. Maybe you want like one copy of... Maybe you want like one copy of like a Farfetch'd or a Hitmonchan, but... There's another cheap attacker. I bet this is going to be tough for us on the Mana Feeling. Yeah, I don't know how we ever beat double mana fee activation on Palkia. Even single mana fee activation on Palkia is probably not tenable. Yeah, one is a maybe, 2 is a... Yeah, if they didn't have a second Palkia geared up and ready to go, you could maybe like double kick Cyrus Aerodactyl, but with the second Palkia charge too, they're gonna come clear the Aerodactyl and you're just gonna die. I mean, the Palkia deck plays out very different than Mewtwo did from last season. I don't think they're super comparable. Thin the basic before we research here. Yeah, we're looking for stage 1s. We'll hold on to this other Hitmonlee so we can communication next turn, dig in for the Lucario. So our deck currently, what, has 1 Riolu, 2 Lucarios, and an Aerodactyl in it? So I have 4 Pokemon in my hand. There's 8 in my deck total. So we're 50% to find the Lucario we're looking for. Porygon Gaming. Spicy. I'm pretty confident you want 2 Hitmonlees in these decks. I would accept that there is a world where you want a Hitmonchan in addition to that, but I'm pretty well sold on we want 2 ways to reach back and kick. It makes Cyrus so much stronger. It makes Aerodactyl better too, right? Like having this effect to soften up what they have going on is a really big deal. Any ideas on a reasonable Melmetal deck? I think if there's a good Melmetal deck, it probably doesn't involve Dialga. I would probably start with like Skarmory if I was interested in building Melmetal. Maybe Drudagon stuff too. I want to play all 1 knockout point Melmetal for sure. Magnezone. Magnezone's an interesting one. Can you fit Skarmory Magnezone? All in the same thing? Maybe? Grab this Fred to drag him back up, and then Hitmonlee can clear them in the future. Duck, Skarmory, Melmetal. Sorry, Skarmory Magnezone Melmetal is 12 slots, but then you need 4 tools. So then you couldn't play anything other than Ball and Research is the problem. Skarmory needs 3 to 4 tools. Speak to fighting? It is. And Aerodactyl here notably needs only 1 fighting energy, so even once they Buggy Beam my energy here, Aerodactyl still gets to attack. Although... Are we checkmated? Yeah, because their Dialga's ready to go in the back, yeah? So I can clear the Porygon here, but I don't have another attacker because I'm just not gonna have fighting energy. The buggy beam beats us. If I had a fighting energy on top of my zone, I could switch to Hitmonlee and pick up this knockout in the back, and then put the Aerodactyl up and clear. I guess maybe the Dialga would get us either way. But yeah, GG opponent. Sweet build. Alright, we need to take a pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We got 1 more viewer deck coming up today before we're done. We are going to build some Greninja Weavile, which sounds fun. I've got 2 Rainbow Weaviles we haven't played with as a pair. I'll throw this deck list up for those that want it. This was one of the better feeling Lucario decks I've played. I don't know that I like it. I think I like the Gallade fighting deck. That's going to be the highlight this afternoon a bit better. But if you're dead set on playing Lucario, this didn't feel terrible. Have some adverts. We'll be back in 2 minutes to build Weavile Greninja. If you're watching on the YouTube side, we're creeping up towards 100 likes. We're just 51 away. Can you tap the button and help us get there? Thanks for hanging out. BRB Gamers, I'm going to the bathroom. We might do more with that later. I'll save it. Okay, what do we want? What do we want for our third Pokemon in here? Like a Spirit Tube, maybe? I wanna just extra basic. Goldman Sack, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. I think I want to start with Spirit Tube. We've got Weavile, and we're going to play 2 copies of Cyrus as well. And that gets us to 19 cards with 2 Cyrus. Probably Pokemon communication for the last one. Lopunny is just too many slots. You can't play it with Greninja. Man, these things are really good. Are these secretly terrible for me, chat? I don't think they look terrible for me. The whole bag is 5 servings. 130 calories a serving. They're probably not terrible. What's the sodium? Infinite sodium. 290 milligrams per serving. But the salt makes it good, chap. Oh, is this deck supposed to be dark energy only? I didn't toggle water off, but it might be supposed to be dark energy only here. Which viewer deck did you like the most so far? I don't know if we had any strong standouts today. My barometer for was a viewer submission particularly compelling or strong was that I feel like it was worth taking notes on to maybe make a deck highlight video with. And the Lucario Aerodactyl is the only one we've played so far today where I was like, yeah, I could see making a video out of this, maybe. All the rest are a little bit scuffed. I feel like I'm supposed to retreat here so I don't lose my Sneasel to Dawn. I'm just going to go ahead and Spirit Tomb to mark some damage on here in the back line is the plan. I feel like I enjoyed Garchomp enough that we might run it back at some point next week. I'm going to play something different tomorrow and Friday, but we might have a Garchomp repeat next week. Hey, Pengu, glad you enjoyed the tournament. Thanks for the almost 2 years of support. It's great to have a lot of our longtime viewers along for our explorations into Pocket. I believe we have died. Weavile. Weavile. Yikes. They could have 200 of Froakie. Yeah, I guess. Narrator. Unlikely. All right, we've got all of our friends here. Thoughts on a good Luxray deck? Yeah, we played Luxray yesterday with Farfetch'd and Electree, but I liked it a lot. It'll be tomorrow morning's highlight. That's one of the decks I'm considering for tournament play tomorrow or Friday as well. Felt pretty clean. I would be surprised if Luxray with Magnezone was good. It's a lot of slots because you need 2 Volkner too. Yeah, Luxray. Luxray's a really scary card that's difficult to play around in a lot of spots. And I think bench attacking Electabuzz is also pretty reasonable. It's not even just that bench sniping for 120 is absurd, so much as you also can hit their active for 120 or 140 depending if they have weakness or not. Just so much damage on so much flexibility on so much damage. Maybe we'll do bench attacking decks tomorrow. Tomorrow and Friday. We'll do the Haunch Crow deck for one of them and the Luxray deck for the other. Oh my goodness, they just live forever. I think we're dead, gamers. Poor Weavile is just so much less sturdy than an Executor. Dialga Licky Licky's okay. Hasn't posted any actual results so far. I think it's one of the serviceable things you could do with Dialga. I think all the Dialga decks kind of have the same problem in that they don't really have a good solution of doing something powerful when they don't have burst energy advantage. Do you keep up with drama in any other card games at the moment? I can't say I'm following anything specifically drama related. Is there something spicy going on in a community you should share? Okay, I have both my evolution lines here. We're 30 likes away from 1,000 on the YouTube side. Can we do it? I think that'll be our 4th stream in a row where we broke 1,000. That'd be sweet. Yay, arbitrary metrics. So we're looking for another copy of X Speed here. Or I guess the first copy, not another. The first copy of X-Speed. Lovely. I think one of the problems this card has is that leading on an EX and then following it up with non-EXs feels kind of tough in this metagame. So I feel like there could be some interest in building a deck that closes on Weavile. Like maybe like a Honchkrow Weavile deck or like Honchkrow Spirit Tomb. They have a potion as well, because just Cape doesn't save them from Weavile. I think Weavile needs a hat. Yeah, I mean, Weavile getting a hat would make it, like, a little bit more durable. Well, I guess even potion wouldn't have saved them, because I have the frog, yeah? So we're just done here, then? Lorcana's last major tournament, a player tried to rule shark his opponent in top 8 because the head judge was only familiar with Magic, not Lorcana, and had made an incorrect ruling that changed the match. I mean, having your head judge at one of your big REL events be familiar with the rule set of your game is probably something that should be make sure as it happen. You know, playing Weevil, Arbok, Honchkrow. I feel like that's too many stage 1s. Because, like, Honchkrow needs, like, stuff like Cyrus, and with 3 stage 1s, you don't have room to play a bunch of utility like that. Still dead to the frog. Togetic, wishing it was all grown up and just not quite there. Yeah, I really like the Honchkrow Arbok in today's video. I think I'm gonna play that either tomorrow or Friday. I've got a Luxray deck we're highlighting tomorrow morning, and I think one of those two will be tomorrow's tournament deck, and the other one will be Friday's. Yeah, I think Luxray is a pretty reasonable card. I've enjoyed it. Wait, Lorcana doesn't have an official judge program? That seems like a gross oversight. Emphasis on the gross. That's wild. One, it seems like a swirling disaster. Their judge test is an unmoderated Google form. Interesting. There's no longer a WotC-backed judge program for Magic anymore either. The more you know. Do we just, like, put as much damage on the Bastiodon as we can? Has that been a few years? I have no idea. I don't follow Magic-related things anymore. But I would believe it's been a few years. Do I crack the Skarmory with Weavile? I think so. It's a darn shame I don't have Osiris and can't pull this up and clear it. If a tournament organizer lets you judge, you are then a judge is the official stance. Wild. If they have Bastiodon here, we could be in trouble based on the flips. Yep. Hey, time to get headbanging. Man, was playing this out a mistake? It might have been. I could have got my other Greninja working up. I think I'm just supposed to scratch here. Although maybe I'm just supposed to like retreat to Spirit too. That brick likely guarantees the game, says Local Man about Tonight Osiris. We get another brick here, we're in a fine spot, but if they hit on the heads... Okay. That's the whole game, yeah. What do you think about Wheezing, Hunchcrow, Darkrai? I think it sounds like a playable combination of stuff. Those are all good Pokemon pocket cards. It's gonna take us a turn here. We're ready to get across the finish line even without the Weavile. Most of the Magnezone decks run no Lightning Energy, Kingmog. You rely entirely on Magneton to give you 2 to 3 Lightnings to work. I hope we don't have to wait too long for Crobat. Crobat or Crobat EX is probably really sweet off of Golbat. Have you tried Yanmega Magnezone? It's good with Dawn. That's an interesting thought, because Magnezone can self-charge itself, and then you could also put the energy up onto Yanmega. I've not seen anybody trying that, but from a pure game theory perspective, that sounds like it ticks a lot of boxes you'd like to tick. Do you think the hype around Darkrai is over? I think Darkrai is an objectively good card. I think I was writing down some notes to record a new EX tier list tonight and to go up later this week, and I think Darkrai is definitely one of the S tiers. I think Magnezone's the best card in our new expansion. Although this, if they have a Dawn here, they're about to take us to town, huh? Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't be surprised if we haven't found the best Darkrai shell yet. Less exciting voltage, yeah. This miss here, not having the Dawn to clear the Spirit Tube, gives us enough time for Greninja to clear this, which maybe bridges. Well, it's going to depend if they have the Magnezone clears the Greninja back, which is not good for us. Let's put this up and you know, if we draw a Weavile, we might want to clear the Magneton. Man, that's close. Yeah, Barber, if you wanted to send in a tip and claim the first exhibition for tomorrow, I'd be okay with that. Be first on deck for the morning. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the user that was talking about it, but what's the third Pokemon line you're doing with Magnezone plus Yanmega? I feel like I need to put that together in my deck editor. Well, maybe we'll do that after this game. It honestly sounds great. I can put it like second or third in line if you want, Barber, instead of first up, and just still guarantee you one. Usually I go live about, I think tomorrow's tournament's actually an early one. 17 hours. Yeah, the tournament I'm playing tomorrow starts at 9 a.m. So we'll probably start with the first viewer deck at about 9:30 or so after the first round, in between rounds. We've died. Yeah, 9:30 Central. Poor Weavile. Yeah, I don't think that this one is it. Having a deck where you need to lead on Weavile feels tough. We did not 0-2 at the Garchomp deck. We went 1-2, and the second loss was 100% my fault. Or the first loss was 100% my fault. I might give it another try. The deck's super fun. The first two rounds with the Garchomp deck are some of the are some of the best games of Pocket I've played in a while. They were real good. Yeah, just to close on. Oh, that's the wrong scene. Just to close on this one really quick before we move along. I think it's just a tough sell to lead on Weavile. I think if you're trying to play this outside of Darkrai, I would probably want to try and play it as like a finisher behind like Haunch Crow and Spirit Tomb. Your last basic could be Dialga. That's a really interesting thought. So I feel like I need to put this in front of me. Yanmega, Yanma. Dialga's an interesting one. I like, so something that is good. Oh, I guess I need 2 copies of Dawn though as well. As part of the idea here, which kind of cuts down on slots. Yeah, you could kind of do anything, right? Because all of our cards are colorless. I think Tauros is just pretty bad right now is the problem. You have like 2 Yanmegas. I mean, kind of the point of this patch is that like with Dawn and Magnezone, you can start attacking with Yanmega super early. Magnezone is a limited number of attacks. You're not running light energy. Yeah, but its limited number of attacks is like enough. You could play Mew and play Lightning and Psychic, unironically. It's kind of an interesting thought. Mew just like doesn't have stellar tables in this metagame. What about like Electabuzz? I kind of like the idea of having something that could poke their back line. You play like a Hitmonlee or an Azelf. One of the appeals of playing Azelf is it makes your fighting matchup better. And Azelf, we're talking about this in the Discord server. So another thing here as we're wrapping up that I wanna stew on at some point is we played the Mismagius deck the other day. I think this is another deck that Yanmega is potentially super appealing in. Because I think Azelf, Yanmega, Cyrus is potentially a really stellar way to attack people. Guess what? This deck's got some similar ideas going on. It's a little bit less good when going first, which is, you just kind of can't fit all the slots, though, right? Can you elaborate? So, a lot of key things you want to kill, have 140 HP. So, Azulf takes 140s down to 120, so Yanmega can clear. Although I suppose this is 110, right? So I guess in this context, Hitmonlee is better. Because we need to take 140s down to 110s for Magnezone to finish. Yeah, you play Hitmonlee and then you play Fighting Energy. We did it. We recreated Fighting Box. Yeah, that's part of it too, Bob. Okay, I think I'm less high on this than I was when first hearing it. The appeal of Dawn Magnezone, like one of the deck our Garchomp deck actually lost to in the tournament today, just like had fast Yanmega and cleaned us out. So Dawn Magneton ramping Yanmega is kind of interesting. You just start 120. You just like the idea here is like, well, there's obviously this at the top end. These cards with this. We assemble this 5-card combo, and you get to blast them. You get to blast them for 120 on the second turn. It's a lot of moving parts though. It's just like, do you think Yanmega cracking like that is a worthwhile thing to be doing? Is it better to just be Manaphy? Does that work too? Is that a better way to accomplish this? I guess that doesn't work when you go first. But it works when you go second, right? Because you Manaphy onto 2 things on the bench. One of them's Yanma. And then the next turn, you retreat and you put the Yanma up, you attach an energy. Yeah, that works, right? You could play Misty to be better on the play. What if these slots were Lumineon Palkia? Oh my god, we're cooking, chat. We're cooking. Don't stop, I'm almost there. I kind of like this idea. Yeah, do I need cape is a question? We have 4 50 HP basics. We have 4 50 HP basics. It's like that. Hey, Barber, thanks for the tip. Did you have a play type preference, Barber? Did you want it first thing, or did you want it to be like the second one? Yeah, I like the idea of what this is doing. I guess there's a world where I kind of want to split the cape with research. I don't know. Let's play a game. We're almost done for the day, but I gotta want to play a game after we noodle this together. Cool. If I don't see you after round 1, Barber, I'll do your second, okay? For the love of God, chat, stop trying to cut basics from the deck list in front of you. Bad chat. Stop it. Bad. No donut. Hey, Borat. Thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate it. People love cutting basics. Play more basic Pokemon, for the love of God. Don't you have 7 basics in this deck? Did I stutter, chat? Just so we're clear. I said what I said, yes? Look at this glorious collection of cards, chat. Hey, the gang's all here. Have you considered cutting a land for a 6-drop? That is the magic equivalent, yep. For sure. Imagine if one of these capes was, Imagine if one of these capes was a communication. I think it's these two. It's close though. Yeah, charging this sounds great. Although I suppose if I would have put an energy on here, I could have murdered a fossil next turn with a Lumineon draw. JK. Although that's going to put it to 140 now. Oh, and now Dawn means I can just put the second energy on here at any point and focus on charging these up. Oh, you know, maybe I'm supposed to cape the Manaphy here to play around a Persian. Nobody plays Persian, right? Assuredly, there's not a Persian in sight. Oh, golly goodness, gee. Ay. Let's try the Yanmega, huh? Let's draw the Yanmega, huh? Rip. Are we cooked? I'm feeling kind of cooked. Palkia carries, maybe? If they have the evolution on this, we're probably cooked. We spoke it into existence. We sure did. Definitely should have played the cape. We gotta switch to the fish and kill the fossil. I mean, like, kill this fossil over here? I can see that. Yeah, when we bricked the Yanmega, after messing up the cape play, I think we were done. Keep your mana fees aggressively, chat. Alright, I want to take a mulligan. We'd be fine here if they were about to slam a second time. Yeah, probably. We'd have been in a better spot if I had 2 more energy on the board, too. I like the Electabuzz that hits the bench in the decks I've been playing. They're playing a lightning deck. I feel like it's wrong to open Palkia. Rewarded. I love these cards that attack the bench for 50, chat. We played a bunch of Honchkrow recently, too. There's so many people hiding behind Druidagods right now. What are the best pizza toppings? I'm a big pineapple chaos enjoyer. And now we put energy here. And this is the idea of this deck. Manaphy onto here plus the Dawn means if we draw Yanmega, we attack with Yanmega next turn on turn 2. I have to research, so we can't do it. Sad. That's fine. Hopefully we draw Lumineon and we attack with that. Rip. Oh, this. Choices. I think it's just Yanmega, yeah. Is this murders? Dragonair's only at 100, so we're clearing Dragonair with the cape too, which is nice. Yeah, I kind of want to fit a communication in here, but I don't know what I have to cut. It's probably the second cape. Maybe we can get away with only one cape. I agree. We've got a lot of dorks we wouldn't mind sliding around. Even getting access to Manaphy more frequently is good. Oh, and this is sick, because with the copies of Dawn and the extra energy here, even if they draw Dragonair and kill Yanmega, Dawn means Palkia Dimensional Storms next turn, so they're just done. This is checkmate with the Dawn. Dawn has so much good utility. It's the dawning of the age of the Palkia. Deal 150. They probably feel real smart with their Rocky helmet. Let's put them in a box in the ground. Whoop. All right, it's 20 after 4. I need to get going. But yeah, we're gonna have to explore some more of this one for sure. People have been asking me to update the Luminia deck I played a bunch of last season, and unironically, this feels like it could be a spiritual successor. I think Luminia in particular is a well-positioned card, but I don't know that I love Starmie at the moment. Put a communication in here. Cut a cape. Put some flares. All right, gamers, if you want to see more from me, to give a quick teaser, it is actually 420, you're right. I'm gonna hit publish. I've been doing 2 videos a day on the YouTube channel because we've had so many sweet decks to cover. If you want to see some Gallade action, I actually think this is one of the cards I underrated the most in this expansion. Gallade's felt really good in the games that we played it. If you want to see some games with this fantastical pile of cards, I'm going to publish on that in just a second on the YouTube side. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's tournament actually starts at 9 a.m., so we're going to start with the tournament game first thing when I go live. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks everybody for hanging out, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. I almost said don't go anywhere, but you can go wherever you want, especially over to the YouTube channel. I am going to raid Kronos, who is currently 5-1 in a tournament, probably the tournament we scrubbed earlier. They're playing Bastiodon Skarmory. So I'm going to raid you into them. They're always playing tournaments on stream. Check them out. If you want to see more from me, check out the Gallade deck on the YouTube side.